first come onto the ground. Welcome to this fourth day of our championship match against our friends from Glamorgan. Umpires making their way to the middle are Naeem Ashraf, I do apologise, and Paul Baldwin. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft. And resuming for Glamorgan, their first wicket pair of number 27, Zayn Ul Hassan, and number 97, Eddie Byron. And to open from the Ashley Down Road end for Gloucestershire, sponsored by the Cajun Courtyard, number 36, Matt Taylor.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the final day of Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan at Bristol in Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship. We've got some slightly looming looking dark clouds, but at the moment the weather is dry and we are set for a final day where Gloucestershire need quite a lot to happen if they are to force a first championship victory at Bristol since the end of September in 2022. Glamorgan will start the day on 106 without loss. Following on, Gloucestershire enforcing that follow-on yesterday with the late wickets taken by Zaman Akhtar, who took his 5 and Ajit Singh Dale, who claimed 3 wickets. And Gloucestershire will need 10 Glamorgan wickets today and almost certainly within 99.99999% having to chase some runs, as they are only 55 runs behind Glamorgan. Matt Taylor bowling the first over of the morning from the Ashley Down Road end. Again, there's only 2 ends, but I managed to get the wrong one. Taylor has been bowling all his overs from the pavilion end, which is my excuse anyway. The first ball's left alone by Zayn Ul Hassan. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb are your commentary team for the final day, wherever it takes us. All the thrills and spills of a county championship day 4. There's 2 short mid wickets as Matt Taylor bowls short and wide, and it's cut away to Hammond, who tumbles at backward point, and there is no run. So at the moment the picture is one of serenity really for Glamorgan. So it will take a few quick wickets for that to change.
We thought it was serenity in mid-afternoon yesterday when they were only 60 or so short of the follow-on figure with 5 left, but that's quickly changed.
Taylor in and bowls. This is cut on the bounce to Bancroft, who just about wrestles the ball under control at wide slip, and there is no run. So the first half hour, 45 minutes, you feel Gloucestershire are going to need to make inroads. If they've only taken even, I reckon, 3 wickets at lunch, lead probably around 40 to 50, 3 down, it's still quite hard to see where the game might go from there, other than the draw, as Ul Hassan dabs that away past backward point. He'll pick up a couple of runs here as Hammond chases back to the boundary.
Zayn Ul Hassan's immediate target, as well as batting as long as possible, of course, but more immediately, 69 is his previous best first-class score.
And 108 run unbroken stand as Taylor runs in once more. He's there and bowls, and Ul Hassan is forward defending as the ball rolls up to mid-off. James Bracey desperately waving at the dressing room for something. Oh, what's the helmet? That could be interesting. Not sure if I can recall James Bracey standing up to the stumps to Matt Taylor before.
Unless it's Charlesworth the next over, I guess.
Could be. Or possibly Tom Price he might stand up to, but that really would be a bit of a statement if he's mid. Oh dear.
There we are.
This is played into the onside for no run.
Good morning to BBC listeners.
On the BBC Sport website. That was really, really nasty, especially when it's your own voice that you hear by delay. Many apologies for missing the first over of the morning on the website. You've only missed a couple of runs to Zain Ul Hassan, who's advanced his score from 51 to 53. But welcome belatedly to the final day of Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan from Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. We've got a fair amount of cloud cover. It's looking a little ominously as if it's building towards some showers in the afternoon. At least that's what the forecast suggests. But we are dry for now, and myself, Ed Seaborn, and Nick Webb will take you through whatever the final day brings. As we've been saying on the live picture feed, Gloucestershire need 10 Glamorgan wickets, with Glamorgan trailing by just 53 runs, and we'll have to chase whatever Glamorgan set them, even if they can do that.
Singdale then to start us off from this pavilion end, bowling to Byram, who runs it down to third man for a single to move on to 48 not out, 109 without loss. Glamorgan 52 runs in arrears. If you have just joined us a couple of minutes late, the cloud at the moment is reasonably high, but it is a darkish grey. I don't think light problems this morning as we had yesterday evening, but there is around about a 40 to 50% chance of showers from 2-ish onwards. Singdale is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, shortish delivery that doesn't really get up outside off stump, and Ul Hassan just rocks back and allows it to go through to James Bracey, who exchanges vigorous passes with
Ollie Price, I think.
Price at first slip. Numberless, because Gloucestershire don't have numbers on their thick sweaters.
There's the choice of the cable knit and the newfangled ones, but Ollie Price is... Oh, here we go.
It's a comedy run. I think that's meant to be a comedy run from Price. Out from first slip to the second short mid-wicket.
It just doesn't bode well, this, does it?
Singdale then to bowl to Ul Hassan, right arm around, and pretty much a repeat of the previous ball. Slightly short outside off stump, and Ul Hassan just leaned back to avoid any inadvertent contact. So the course of this game, really, Gloucestershire completely dominating the first day's play, and they reached 360 odd for 3. Glamorgan just about sharing day 2 honours, and despite following on, it seems rather odd to say, despite following on, I think Glamorgan just about had the better of day 3, or at least survived long enough to reduce the possibility of defeat as Singdale bowls, and Ul Hassan pushes into the offside, straight to Hammond at cover. The weather is distinctly cool. The spectators here today are the hardy lot, it must be said, on a grey Monday with a draw the favourite, and temperatures definitely cooler over the latter 2 days of the match than they were on the first day, when we had unbroken sun on day 1, when Glamorgan put Gloucestershire into bat, the bemusement of many. Singdale bowls. That one comes back a little bit more, but Ul Hassan is able to rock back and ignore it for the 3rd time in the over. That must be said, Gloucestershire would also have bowled, and most of the sides in the country did decide to bowl first. It's just Glamorgan didn't bowl terribly well on the first day, and allowed Bancroft and Ollie Price to flourish. A stand of 230 that really put the home side on the front foot. Right, Singdale is going to have a go from over the wicket. He's got a short leg and a short mid-wicket now, in case Al Hassan fends one away. And Singdale bowls a short pitch ball that really doesn't get up, and for the 4th time in the over, Al Hassan sways back out of the way, even though it's coming from a different angle. So 109 without loss. Glamorgan after 2 overs of the 96 that are permissible today.
It is very rare for a team to come to Bristol in early season especially and choose to bat first. That very rarely happens. There was a mid-season game last year where Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bat, and I think some of us, given what we've come to expect here, were a little bit surprised that Derbyshire elected to bat, as Matt Taylor is in over the wicket, bowling edged and caught at wide first slip. Bancroft has a catch and Gloucestershire have something. A first breakthrough. Byram goes for 48. He is having to drag himself off. He's only just really left the crease. It was back of a length from Taylor. He tried to jab it away through the covers and got a thick edge, and the one wide slip that was in position was in place to take a pretty comfortable catch, and Byram just could not believe what he'd done, and he's just given Gloucestershire some hope. Matt Taylor bowled superbly yesterday, I thought, and didn't pick up a single wicket. He got Byram in the first innings, but that was on the second evening. But his figures of 1 for 73 didn't display how consistently well he bowled. But he's got an early reward on day 4. Glamorgan are 109 for 1 as the information disappears from the scoreboard. They trail by 52. Resort to plan B.
I was asked when Glamorgan's last century stand for the first wicket came, and just flicking back through the book. Certainly there weren't great starts last year, and a start of 109 is probably more than they could decently have hoped for, but Gloucestershire have the breakthrough in just the 13th delivery of the morning, and just 3 runs added. Glamorgan still 52 in arrears.
I think there were certainly several voices yesterday who were wondering why Gloucestershire had so few in the slip cordon. I think, for the most part, having watched the full day, I could understand it, albeit there were 2 edges later on that did go through the cordon, one off Van Buren actually, who I suspect Gloucestershire were in a slightly different mindset when they put him on, but possibly should have had one. But they've still only got one now for Sam Northeast, the new man, as Taylor bowls round the wicket to him and Northeast comes forward and plays in defence up to mid-off. They do still have the 2 short mid-wickets, but you kind of think, OK, Byram went fairly hard at it, and you think you probably are going to get a thicker edge on this sort of surface, so I can see why Bancroft put himself at wide slip, but you thought maybe you could get a second one in there?
Yep.
In this situation, as Northeast drives fluently, and that is quite some way to get off the mark to your second delivery. It was... I didn't think it was absolute sort of throw-down length or anything from Matt Taylor, but Northeast has just driven it sweetly, only missed the stumps by a fraction to the on-side of straight, and mid-on is pretty straight as well because of those 2 short mid-wickets, so it takes a perfect on-drive to get a boundary, and that's exactly what Northeast has done. Glamorgan trail by 48. Taylor goes in now and bowls. It's pulled round the corner by Sam Northeast. He'll pick up a single, so it's 114 for 1.
Good morning to Edward Bevan, who's hoping for a sedate morning watching cricket after the drama of watching the golf last night.
Oh,
Rory McIlroy.
That was incredible.
In the playoff in Masters.
Well, just sensational drama. And I mean, I was a bit sorry that either McIlroy or Rose had to lose. Taylor bowls full and it's clipped through mid-wicket by Ul Hassan for a single, 115 for one. How on earth McIlroy turned that around about 3 or 4 separate times in that final round, particularly having missed that putt for his personal history and then only having about 20 minutes to pick yourself up and come back and make another putt on the same green to try and win it. Amazing stuff. It's a fantastically psychological game. Round the wicket goes Taylor. Just the one short mid-wicket now, and this has come off the pad of Northeast and gone towards backward square. So another run. Wicket from the over. 7 runs, but Gloucestershire have just some hope. They had to get early wickets to have any sort of a chance. They've broken that opening partnership, 116 for 1.
Finn McCool tweeted or posted on X last night, even Glamorgan can't fail to squeeze a draw out of this now, surely. Oil Oracle is in more optimistic, albeit I think tongue-in-cheek mode, hoping that today, after a few defensive overs, Glamorgan start to attack a very tired Gloucestershire seam attack and set up an exciting run chase to end the day. Well, in a perfect world, we would get an exciting run chase to end the day, but this isn't a perfect world. Singdale to Northeast, who's forward, defending. No run. Thank you for your messages. On X, he's Ed Cricket 6. I'm Nick Webb 2017, which is also what I am on Blue Sky and gmail.com. Nick Webb 2017 at gmail.com. As Singdale is in to bowl, really putting the effort into that slingy delivery, but it's nudged on the leg side for a single by Sam Northeast, in the style of Marchant de Lange, one of the most polite men in cricket, who broke off a conversation he was having to say good morning to me this morning.
Oh, well, that is polite, isn't it?
As I wandered by, quick handshake and let him get on with his chat. 117 for 1. De Lange to Ul Hassan, short leg. Singdale to Ul Hassan, short leg crouches, but is not in employment as Ul Hassan runs it down to third man for the single. Bracey goes tumbling as he takes the return throw. 118 for 1. Glamorgan 43 runs in arrears. If you are just tuning in, logging on or whatever, Glamorgan have lost the wicket of Eddie Byram, caught it slipped by Bancroft off the bowling of the persevering Matt Taylor for 48. His figures yesterday doing him really no justice at all, 1 for 73. Singdale is in, bowls Northeast off his legs, flicks it away backward of square, beats the infielder. There is no outfielder on that side of the ground.
I think, was that misfielded by Matthew Lee over there? I think it skipped up off the rope, and
Matthew Lee is not a substitute fielder, by the way.
No, he's wearing a Gloucestershire training top, but I'm not sure that he was out there warming up with the fielding this morning, so perhaps that's his excuse. If he'd been warmed up, I'm sure he would have fielded that cleanly over the boundary rope.
122 for 1. As the ball eventually returned to Singdale. Northeast waits. 2 slips, no short leg for him. As that's a good ball, and it's got him. He's pushed forward and got a little edge on it, caught behind, and Gloucestershire do have the ideal start to the morning. 2 wickets already in the first 18 minutes of play as North East goes for just 10.
Well, that is an ideal double strike for Gloucestershire. He just probed at it, North East. He did do that a few times in the first innings but didn't get an edge. And he's got one there. And North East, it felt as though he was already, even in his first 7 balls, in the mood just to score some quick runs and put this to bed. But he's ended up doing the opposite. He's brought Gloucestershire further into the game, and for Singh Dale, who, like the rest of the Gloucestershire bowlers, put in an absolute shift yesterday. There's the danger, if you don't pick up a scalp in your first spell, that the energy possibly does just start to ebb a little bit, but that will give him a serious shot in the arm, because that is another prize wicket. And actually, so far, Byram dismissed to Taylor, and North East dismissed to Singh Dale. It's going exactly as it did in the first innings.
Kieran Carlson is in. He made 22 in the first innings before edging Singh Dale to slip. So, considerable work still to do for Glamorgan, who've started the morning poorly, and Gloucestershire must have hoped for at least 3 wickets by lunch if they were to stand a chance, and they've got 2 of them already. And still vast swathes of time before the lunch interval. So, could Gloucestershire force this much-awaited win at HQ? September 22, their last 4-day victory here. There's a short leg and a backward square leg crouching as Singh Dale bowls, and Carlson didn't know much about that one. He was almost turning his back on it, and the ball trickled down into the gully area, and Carlson's waving for something immediately, maybe for a bit of magic spray on the hand, because he had absolutely no idea where that one was going. And Ul Hassan wanders down for a chat with the vice-captain. Gloucestershire tails up as the freezy spray is brought on.
I thought the magic spray had gone out of fashion a bit, but it seems to have made a comeback recently. Let's see what we've got here. It's the left hand of Carlson that's in question. Well, the umpires have gone stalking over here. I assume just to make sure that Carlson's okay, rather than to make sure that...
Did he not put a formal request in time?
Yeah, it doesn't last too long, I don't know. It's not always that you see both umpires go marching up to Kieran Carlson and the physio, but
yes.
I don't know. I don't think this is anything other than just due diligence, but Gloucestershire will be cognizant of the fact that the forecast is not perfect for this final day as well, so all of a sudden, having gone from thinking, well, a little bit of rain later on might just come along when things are going a bit flat out there, and mercy might be delivered upon the game. Certainly not be thinking that now, after having removed Byram and North East in quick succession. The physio is jogging off. The right hand of Carlson was used to gently tap gloves with Ul Hassan. Well, this is where, you know, Ul Hassan creams the next ball to the boundary and just gives a massive fist bump to Carlson in his pride, and ends up doing some damage. Anyway, there's a deep cover and a deep square, so Bancroft is still thinking about not letting Glamorgan get away too far in terms of runs, as well as trying to take wickets. Taylor bowls to Ul Hassan, who comes forward and defends confidently towards Van Buren at mid-off. Noise levels certainly, as you'd imagine, rising a little out there. Gloucestershire not normally one of the louder teams in the field, but I suppose they're as much going to be doing it to stay warm. It looks chilly from the hands shoved in pockets almost universally out there.
Yeah, it's quite a stark contrast from the first day of the match, certainly.
The two short mid-wickets go down. Wide slip, Taylor bowls, edged and caught by Bancroft at wide slip. It's a third wicket this morning. Ul Hassan goes, and Gloucestershire have a triple strike. Pretty similar to the sort of dismissal of Byram, but it was a fuller ball this time from Taylor. Ul Hassan has driven well in this innings so far, but you could say, was there really a need for that sort of attacking shot in that situation, but also especially because the deep cover had been put out there. It would only have probably been a single anyway, even if he'd middled it, and Matt Taylor has 2 and Gloucestershire have 3. It's 122 for 3, Glamorgan trail by 39.
Well, the events of yesterday afternoon repeating themselves when Glamorgan lost 3 wickets in successive overs when they appeared to be going well. Yesterday it was 94th, 95th, 96th. Today, rather earlier in proceedings, 34th, 35th and 36th. So Colin Ingram, who must have hoped that some of his mates would do some of the work today, finds himself thrust into the fray with scarcely 25 minutes on the clock. And Glamorgan are in trouble, still 39 behind. The draw having looked a considerable favourite overnight. Now a Gloucestershire victory is on the cards.
2 batters out in the middle on Nort, and Carlson only facing the 1 ball, and almost might be feeling worse than Ingram, who hasn't faced, with the blow to the glove that he took off his first ball. And Gloucestershire are now going to put a second slip in place. They're going to be quite wide still, with Ollie Price at sort of first and a half and Bancroft at third slip, and just the 1 short mid-wicket. In goes Taylor and bowls a shorter delivery to Ingram, who sort of watches that one buzz him, really. He didn't really duck it or particularly sway out of the way. It was almost as if he hadn't realised quite how close to him that was, because it was about head height in his duck, and really not. Actually, mind you, he did last minute duck a bit more because he had to. It was a sharp back of a length ball from Taylor, who's bowling now to Ingram, who is playing this one off the just about front foot out into the offside, and there's no run. And all of a sudden it's gone from looking like the most placid surface you can imagine to a minefield, with batters getting struck on the gloves and ducking and weaving, and Gloucestershire with 3 wickets inside the first half hour. Taylor runs in and bowls to Ingram, who stands tall and knocks that one down into the offside for Hammond to come in and pick up. And the centurion from the first innings, Ingram, now looks like the real prize. Now that Gloucestershire have removed North East, they've got the opening combination. As much as there are still batters to come who could really defy Gloucestershire. I mean, Chris Cook in particular, as we've mentioned before, has history of batting for an awfully long time at Bristol. But if Gloucestershire could prize out Ingram, Taylor bowls. This is whipped away by Ingram between fine leg and deep backward square. Work to do for Singdale round the boundary. He gets there. They'll come back for a second run, which is on the tighter end of things, but Ingram knows that he's going to make his ground, and Ingram gets away. So Glamorgan 124 for 3-2 to Ingram, and they trail by 37 runs as Singdale and Taylor, who really did form an excellent partnership about this time yesterday, look to continue that good work. And well, this will also, needless to say, give a shot in the arm to Zaman Akhtar, who, has to be said, looked as tired as you would expect a bowler to have looked after the hard work that was done yesterday, albeit delighted with his 5 for 85.
Singdale is on his way in to bowl, turned off the legs by Carlson, so he's underway with a single down to fine leg. 125 for 3, and if Gloucestershire can get 1 or 2 more wickets down by the time Glamorgan clear off the deficit, with the knowledge that there's not a lot at the tail end of the order, then we might be moving towards a situation where a Gloucestershire victory is the favourite outcome, and Glamorgan will be heavily weather dependent if the showers arrive after lunch. So Singdale round the wickets bowls, and Ingram steers it away to deepish gully. There's a tumbling stop by Charlesworth and there's no run. 1, 2, 5 for 3. Glad tidings for Gloucestershire. Listeners and viewers joining us a little late. Extremely concerning for Welsh followers. Wickets gone. Byram for 48 northeast. For 10, Ul Hassan for 55. All to edges, 2 to slip, 1 to keeper. Singdale in, bowls, and Ingram on the back foot, steers it down to third man for a single. 1, 2, 6 for 3. Deficit 35 runs.
This is where if you're in the crowd and just seen those 3 wickets fall, if you've been doing a lap or something, you just think, can't move now. gotta stay put. Whatever I'm doing, I've got to keep doing.
As Singdale into bowl to Carlson, grunt of effort, and he drives to Van Buren at mid-on, no run. Certainly a few nervous moments in that Glamorgan dressing room, you would have thought. The middle order of Callaway, Cook, Van der Hoogten at 8. Glamorgan really won't want to depend on the tail to hang around too long, because they couldn't get Glamorgan to follow on. As Singdale bowls, Carlson squeezes away on the offside, thinks about a quick single, but a sharp no, as he realised he'd hit it rather too hard to pinch a single, even though there's a gap at cover. There's Gloucestershire going on the attack, posting 2 slips, a short leg and a shortish backward square leg, stroke leg gully in a catching position. 126 for 3, bit of welcome brightness for the bowlers, trying to pierce the cloud. As that's down leg side, Carlson tries to work it towards fine leg, doesn't make any contact. So a wicketless over goes by 2 singles. We had wickets in 3 successive overs to leave Glamorgan rocking. They're 126 for 3, 35 in arrears.
Yeah, I mean, just so totally out of keeping with what we've seen most of the match, but that critical period just before the follow-on yesterday, Cook, Ingram, Van der Hoogten out in consecutive overs, and this morning Byram, northeast, and Ul Hassan. Gloucestershire need to keep it going. Matt Taylor starts his next over, bowls to Ingram. Plays this one in defence, runs it out into the offside for Hammond to field. Ollie Price taking a couple of steps closer to the batter to applaud as close to his ear as he can whilst being still, of course, not directing it right at Colin Ingram, but Gloucestershire are up and about. Taylor runs in, bowls to Ingram, and Ingram stands tall and plays defensively down into the ground. You sort of wonder what's the mindset now of Ingram and Carlson? Are they really just thinking about purely just getting through maybe the Singdale Taylor spell and then having a look, or because it's a position where you could look at it and think, okay, a 50 or a 60 helps, but I suppose equally for now it is mostly about survival. Taylor in, and Ingram is confidently defending again, because I suppose at this stage, depending on what the weather does, of course, there's quite a lot of runs now. As everything changes with 3 wickets, quite a lot of runs now that need to be scored to make the game fully safe. The time that Glamorgan have to bat for, unless this partnership bats for a very long time, has just increased. Taylor in and bowls, and Ingram plays that one from the crease carefully into the offside, no run.
Yeah, if we don't get any interruptions, you would have thought Glamorgan needs at the minimum to get through till the tea interval, possibly a bit longer.
Gloucestershire might still give it a go, possibly, because then it would be a short overs, maybe high volume chase. But then
you always
can
block it
exactly
if they do lose wickets.
Much easier to block it in that situation. Give it a go for 5-10 overs or something. Taylor in and bowls, cut away by Ingram, forcefully through backward point for 4. He was very quickly onto that, and he made sure that he actually flashed very hard at it, because I suppose the only danger with that is that you are just a little bit half-hearted, and that's probably where the edge has a chance of carrying. But if you really go at it, committed to the shot, you should be pretty safe. 130 for 3, Ingram to 7. 31 runs back.
Yes, Ingram asked about his century, said, well, it wasn't the prettiest one we scored.
Has to be said, probably.
It was nipping around a bit early on, he said.
Yeah, and probably Bancroft and Price would say the same about theirs even in the first innings. Taylor bowls a short delivery. It is very short, but Ingram still ducks, and umpire Ashraf says that's fine as far as height. So the over completed, 130 for 3. Bancroft the 163, Ollie Price 101 to set the game up for Gloucestershire, and the third largest contributor in that Gloucestershire first innings was extras with 60 ahead of Hammond's 54. But it was mostly about that 230 run partnership between Bancroft and Price. Could have a very, very different game if that partnership had been separated at any point.
As Singdale is on his way in to bowl to Carlson, who's jumpily defending up to mid-on. No run. Yeah, with Bancroft being dropped off Al Hassan behind on 48, and then should have been run out as well on 70-odd. And maybe the game would have had a different complexion, but it's got a favourable one for the Shire at the moment. 130 for 3. Ingram 7, Carlson 1. As Singdale is on his way down leg side, Carlson turns away from it. Good mixture of short deliveries and stuff pitched up at the moment from these two, with Actor and Tom Price looking to, no doubt, add to the pressure when they come on in 15-20 minutes or so, you would guess. There's still the 2 catching on the leg side, plus the 2 slips. Singdale bowls. Carlson meets it with a solid defensive bat. At Old Trafford, Lancashire involved in similar defensive operations against Northants. Lancashire 156 for 3 in their second innings, but they are still 112 runs behind. So even deeper difficulty than Glamorgan, you would guess. Leicestershire have finally declared 9 down at Grace Road after a little excursion with the bat this morning.
Yeah, they've definitely made that one safe, you'd have thought.
As that turned away just past short leg by Carlson. Did that carry?
Was it off bat or was it off thigh pad?
Sounded wooden-ish. It's not quite the reaction that would have expected if it had been a catch that went down.
No, it certainly didn't carry, and it was probably to the left of Dent at short leg as well. To the right even. Dear me, this is appalling.
One side or the other. Singdale into Carlson, short pitch delivery. Carlson just squats down underneath the trajectory of the ball and allows it to go by. So Derbyshire needs 449 runs to win. Leicestershire given themselves, I thought they might have declared overnight.
Yeah, they certainly seem to have made certain they're not going to lose the game, but they may also have, by doing so, almost made certain that they're not going to win it. We'll see. As
Singdale into Carlson, whips it through the empty leg side. That one may reach the ropes. Van Buren is in lukewarm pursuit, and the ball does indeed reach the mid-wicket rope on the mound stand side of the ground. So Carlson has his first boundary. He is on 5. Ingram has 7. 134 for 3, and that's 27 runs short of avoiding the innings defeat. Down at Hove, Somerset 151 for 5, needing a mere 444 further runs to defeat Sussex. But Tom Abel, one of the many Toms in that match, is 71 not out.
So I'm afraid the 10 for is off for Sean Hunt, as Jaden Seals took the first wicket this morning. Matt Taylor continuing and bowling to Ingram, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler. He fields smartly with his left hand.
At the Oval, Hampshire made a poor start, 65 for 3, needing a further 312 to beat Surrey. At Trent Bridge, Notts 257 for 8, 237 ahead of Essex. That could be quite a close struggle. Snater has done the business for Essex.
Taylor is in. Ingram drives pleasantly, and Van Buren fields up at mid-off. It's not easy up there, as we've talked about yesterday, with the potential for bounce off the edge of the square and then that slightly barer patch right where he's standing.
Snater with a couple of quick wickets. Porter's got a couple, Harmer's got a couple, so they're shared round in the Essex attack, but that could be an interesting finish.
Yeah, there's lots going about. I suppose it shows you what can be achieved with full 4 days worth of cricket in most cases. Short extra cover in place as one of the slips goes out. Taylor bowls wide, and it's mistimed by Ingram towards mid-on. He was certainly happy still to drive, but it really did skew in a bizarre fashion off Ingram's bat. I've no idea what happened to cause that to go there.
I thought for a moment he'd edged it.
Yeah, it was a strange look. It
dragged it.
Yeah, it was almost like he hit it twice in a way, or sort of shepherded it up to mid-on. Next delivery is played in defence into the covers, and there's no run. Well, I mean, he's seen Byram and he's seen Ul Hassan out flashing at a drive off Matt Taylor. I know he's going to be feeling pretty confident after getting 100 in the first innings, but I'm sure if you're a Glamorgan supporter, you're probably just thinking, this is not the time, Colin. Taylor bowls. Ingram works it leg side this time and takes one out to Charlesworth at deep square. 135 for 3, so Matt Taylor will have one delivery at Carlson this over. This is Taylor's 5th over this morning. Will Bancroft keep the spells short, or possibly he may just have to keep Singdale and Taylor going while the tails are up, because they need wickets now still, even though they've got 3, which is as good as they could have hoped for probably at this stage. They still need more. Taylor round the wicket to Carlson, who's forward and pushing this one straight up towards mid-off, so the optimistic setting off for the single will have to be aborted. 135 for 3, 26 runs behind Glamorgan. I guess the psychology maybe changes a touch when Glamorgan do go ahead, but at the moment it's a fight for Glamorgan, but still a fight for Gloucestershire to try and keep taking these wickets. And you know, even if we do get away without a shower, which the odds aren't on, there is the probability of bad light coming into play later on as well, because it's not forecast like yesterday to clear up later on. It looks as if it's going to be pretty thick cloud.
Singdale then to attack Colin Ingram. 2 slips, and Ingram is beaten by that one, poking outside off stump. Singdale goes flying on in his follow through, just off the strip with arms outstretched in dramatic fashion. Almost had him, he thought. Ian Evans says, I notice we have lost wickets quickly following Ollie Price's comedy run. He's clearly put our batters off, and I hope we don't see a repeat. Yes, I think the bowlers would probably claim more of the credit than Price's comedy run. Singdale is in to bowl to Ingram, who'll get a single down to wide third man. They'll settle for just the single. On X, John Hughes says, however stressful a day watching Glamorgan cling on while checking the weather radar, it can't be as possible as can't possibly be as stressful as watching Rory McIlroy last night. What time did the golf finish in the end then?
It was about 20 to 1, I think, once the playoff had got done.
I was well tucked up in bed by then, I'm afraid.
You know it's going to go to a playoff when you've got a game the next day.
Yes.
It's just always going to happen.
136 for 3. Singdale back over the wicket to Carlson, who pushes on the offside. Thinking about pushing singles if it's to either side of the fielder, but it wasn't. It was straight to Zamanakta.
I must say I wasn't stressed. I was loving every minute of it. 'Cause I mean, as much as, of course, it would have been a fantastic story, I'd have been quite happy with any of the, well, mostly 3 who are in contention. Berg, as they like to call him, and Justin Rose.
Here comes Singdale again in brighter conditions, and Carlson flicks it to short leg, and it's parried and not taken. Well, a fine effort from Dent, who managed to knock it up in the air, but couldn't manage to grab it on the way down on his back.
That would have been one of the all-time great short leg catches, possibly, certainly from a Gloucestershire perspective, because I was straight off the bat. He's not that deep at short leg. I've seen deeper under the helmet there. How he had the reactions to get something on it, but then I think what he's probably thinking is, having parried it up, it's probably just thinking, so close to getting that on the rebound.
Singdale bowls and Carlson defends that one on the leg side. Singdale wanders across, picks up angrily as stream viewers get a A second view of the chance for Chris Dent. Well, he did well to get anything on it, and really needed the ball coming down on his chest because he was on his back by the time it...
The body weight was going the wrong way, and he had to reach back with his right hand to catch it one-handed on the rebound, having had it flick up off his left hand first up.
Good effort. Singdale in to Carlson, who is jumping and getting on top of that and defending it on the leg side. Applause from the Shire faithful for that spectacular effort from Chris Dent at short leg.
So he actually got two hands on the first attempt. I have no idea how he's done that at that close range. And as I say, given the fact that it was flicked straight off the face of the bat, but it was two hands and up and to his left, and then he was tumbling slightly left and downwards and just couldn't reach back to his right. That would, to be honest, I must say from this angle, it was hard to tell that he was having to reach back to his right, and in the split second that it was up in the air, I thought that he was going to get it off the rebound, but well, this has certainly not been the 50 minutes that I probably would have had my, well, as it turns out, not smart money on at the start of the day, so it always just shows you just can't write off a game of cricket. There is a change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Tom Price will have his first bowl of day 4. 4 overs for 17 yesterday with a new ball. He bowls round the wicket to Ingram, who plays that one with rather more time out into the offside, and there is no run.
One score we haven't given you up at Chester Street. Warwickshire 52 for 1, requiring another 287 to beat Durham. So another game that could potentially go either way.
Somerset have lost a 6th wicket at Hove. Casey Aldridge out for 14. Second wicket for Jaden Seals. Tom Price bowls and Ingram forces this away towards cover, and there is no run. I read from the BBC's live text service that Tom Abel was also put down on 61, so they're certainly having their chances. Sussex, I think the forecast is relatively uniform around the country in terms of it being rather gloomier and cooler, but Hove, as Tom Price bowls and Ingram steers defensively, it looks as though Hove is the place where they're very likely to get a full day in. There's even a bit of later sunshine forecast for there, so that does look as if it could be wrapped up in fairly short order. We'll see. The forecast for London, and of course they get their own forecast for the Oval on the Met Office as Tom Price is in, and inside edge from Ingram. He tried to drive that off the back foot and ends up slicing down to fine leg. He'll take a single. This is not an innings that is feeling any more fluent for Ingram, and if he thought his century in the first innings wasn't his most fluent, he's on to 10, 137 for 3. And even at the Oval there's a bit of darker cloud about by the looks of things, maybe not quite the showers that are forecast here, and the Midlands might get 1 or 2 as well. Price into Carlson, who is jamming down on that one, a ball that doesn't bounce a great deal, and that might be the ball that Tom Price possibly has to rely upon, although of course he did get that inside edge off more of a back of a length ball, but Tom Price isn't going to get the same zip out of the surface that the likes of Singdale and Acton.
Yeah, Glamorgan,
a different threat perhaps.
Glamorgan can't rely on the weather. Possibility of rain only around 40% at any given time this afternoon.
Keeper up to the stumps. Tom Price into Carlson, who plays that one in defence, not particularly comfortably. He took a hand off the bat there again as well and slightly came across it, but did keep it out. It wasn't the most secure looking defence you'll ever see, but he's survived. 137 for 3. Yeah, I suppose it's the problem. The problem might be that it is just so uniformly 40-50% from about lunchtime or so. You might get away with it for an hour or two. Might be on the right side of the 60% chance of it being dry, but for all those hours, Gloucestershire would have to get very lucky, I think.
Yeah, they've still got plenty of time before lunch to make an impact, having got 3 wickets in pretty quick succession as Singdale bowls and Ingram plays off the back foot to cover, and there is no run. We had 31 overs on the boards overnight, and Glamorgan only surviving a couple before that collapse started. Matt Taylor inducing edges to slip from both openers, Byram 48 and Ul Hassan 55, either side of Singdale, having Northeast caught behind for 10. Singdale is in, bowls, Ingram pulls, doesn't really time it, has got a couple of runs for it through mid-on. Carlson has to hurry to come back, but gets home safely as the throw from Hammond eludes Singdale anyway. And you wonder about, well, the pitch is a little bit too paced at the moment. That looked as though it didn't come onto the bat very well.
No, I mean, the short ball, I guess, is always the danger of that happening. As we mentioned a few times yesterday when Singdale was bowling the bouncer, you've probably just got to bang it in some rough sort of area, and actually you just don't really know yourself exactly how it's going to get through to the batter.
139 for 3 as Ingram shoulders arms and allows the next delivery to go through to James Bracey. 22 the arrears needed to make Gloucestershire bat again. Glamorgan were battling away as the lights have come on. Didn't notice the umpires calling for them.
No, I suppose they must have done, but it seems to have got actually brighter in the last few minutes anyway since they called for them. Oh well, they're probably going to need them later anyway.
Money to burn. Singdale bowls outside off stump. No shot played by Ingram. Glamorgan at Cardiff against Leicestershire were well behind on first innings on that occasion. They lost their first 5 for 46 and they were really not going to save the match from there, despite a century from Carlson and a half century unbeaten from Andy Gorvin. Left just Leicestershire just 51 to win. What would Gloucestershire be in? Give to be in a similar position against Glamorgan this evening. Singdale bowls, grunt of effort again. Ingram just blocks it phlegmatically out on the offside.
Yeah, it's looking much more tidy now. Ingram, when he's defending, his problems have come when he's looked to try and play an attacking shot, but he doesn't look as though he's quite as I mean, not that he's ever particularly jumpy, but he doesn't look as if he's being rushed in quite the same way as maybe in his first 5-10 balls. Singdale also towards the end of a spell.
And he comes to finish the over, and that's outside off stump. Ingram thrusts the right pad forward, allows it to go through to Bracey. Another over ticks by. 139 for 3, still 22 behind. Singdale's been bowling for a good part of an hour now. Maybe the end of his spell, and the way he's marching towards the dressing room suggests that maybe he fancies a change of boots or something, as there's a sub being brought on.
Yeah, first sighting, I think, of Dom Goodman in the field this season first team wise. So Tom Price to Carlson with the keeper up, a short extra cover, a short mid wicket, a wide slip. As Tom Price is in and Carlson is caught in a very uncomfortable position and is lying flat on his back. He's up a bit quicker than I thought he would be. Oh, right. I wondered whether we were about to get an announcement for something else, but no, it's the announcement for Dom Goodman. Now that obviously can't have caught Carlson quite exactly where I thought it had.
Not as centrally as we feared.
It was obviously close enough. Tom Price bowls and Carlson steers this one off the back foot out to Ben Charlesworth at backward point, and there's no run. And Singh Dale, you'd have thought, would be replaced by Zaman Akhtar from the pavilion end. Got to be said that actually having said it had got brighter since they turned the floodlights on, it's now got considerably less bright. Gloucestershire have certainly had by far the best of the overhead conditions in this match. Price bowls and Carlson's taking a ball which again doesn't get up very much and pokes it out into the covers.
But Glamorgan have found themselves to blame for that, having won the toss.
Could have been the other way round very easily.
Second 11 match in Cardiff between these two counties, a friendly over the next 3 days. The Gloucestershire team includes one C.D. Green.
Yeah, it's not bad for a second 11 player, I suppose, is he? We'll warm up ahead of Canterbury, which looks as if it might be a possibly rather sporting pitch. Tom Price bowls a wide ball, cut away. Dom Goodman is pressed into action down on the fine offside boundary, and he takes one, does Carlson. He's on to 6, 140 for 3, 21 runs back.
So it's a 3-day friendly. Admission is free if you fancy catching a bit of cricket in the Cardiff area. Gloucestershire side, as well as Cameron Green, includes Joe Phillips, Tom Borman, who we saw briefly here in the field, Ed Middleton and Luke Charlesworth, who's captain.
Price in round the wicket to Ingram, who plays on the front foot, and the ball rolls gently up to Graham van Buren at mid-on, who tries to extract whatever life he can out of the ball.
Glamorgan, apparently Billy Root is going to have a bat in the second innings, but he's here today. Glamorgan have lost Will Smale second ball. They're 64 for 1 though, with Tribe and Bevan together.
Price in, and Ingram from the crease knocks that gently down into the ground, and Bancroft gets a rare touch of the ball that doesn't involve him taking a catch. He has not only scored that 167, but Bancroft has had, I think it's 4 catches go his way across the 2 innings now, and he's snaffled all of them. Gloucestershire know that they had to do that. You know that chances at Bristol tend to be far between, so when you do get them, you've got to hang on.
Glamorgan's side includes quite a few players who've played county cricket. Smale, Tribe, Bevan, Morris, Hurl, McIlroy, Horton and Douthwaite, plus the new star for Callum Nichols, and a couple of youngsters in Tom Norton and Romano Franco. So second 11, 3-day friendly. There aren't many competitive games for the county second 11s. I think it's just 5 apiece, isn't it?
No.
Zaman Akhtar will start his first spell of the morning, bowling to Kieran Carlson, who's up on his toes, deflecting it through mid-wicket for a single.
I'm not even sure we would possibly even be out there now were it not for the floodlights. It's getting really quite gloomy.
Yes. Kieran Carlson will probably lead the sprint for the dressing room if there's a suggestion from the umpires. Mr. Ashraf presiding at this end as Ingram forces to wide mid-on. Hammond with a good pick-up, not such a good throw, looking to get it underway quickly, and Carlson was safely home anyway. 142 for 3, 19 behind. I know we're a long way from the action, but you just get the feeling that the mood of the match might change a little once Glamorgan are ahead.
And particularly as these two will have spent some time in the middle.
Next delivery blocked by Carlson. No run. Gloucestershire striving to get another victim before Glamorgan knock off the arrears. They've done really well in the first 25 minutes of play, certainly sending back Byram for 48, North East for 10, Ul Hassan for 55. 2 wickets to Matt Taylor, 1 to Ajit Singh Dale. But Zaman Akhtar, the 5-wicket hero of the first innings, is on his way away from us. Bowled to Carlson, who drives and doesn't time it. Although obviously the bowler's got a few to zip through to find those edges in the first few overs of play today, there are quite a few shots being played that suggest the pitch is getting a bit stodgy.
Yeah.
It's not really coming on.
Yep, and that's probably the other thing also, why the first half hour is just so important, because of the extra zip you might have got there that will probably disappear, and the ball's getting much older too.
Akhtar bowls, and there's the zip that he was looking for. Beats Carlson. No ball. Wouldn't have mattered had it caught the edge. So
I think it might be that's first of the innings, yeah.
We've had, well, and Ned Leonard was the man who suffered most badly. But we have had no balls interspersed from many contributors. Leonard overstepped 14 times and Fernando 5. As Akhtar is in to bowl, and Carlson plays to Van Buren on the leg side, and there is no run. Gloucestershire overstepped 8 times in the first Glamorgan innings, which is 4 apiece for Price and Akhtar. Tom Price, that is, allowing Glamorgan an extra 16 runs, and we've now had a couple in this innings, 1 apiece from Price and Akhtar. Akhtar in his 4th over, bowling the extra delivery, and Carlson shoulders arms and allows it to go through outside the off stump. 82 overs potentially remaining in this game for Gloucestershire to force their way to victory, light and weather permitting. 144 for 3, Glamorgan 17 still behind. The umpires are having a little chat. What's for lunch, do you think, Paul?
Gloucestershire will be hoping that's all it is, as Paul Baldwin almost runs into Ollie Price. That was just a little discussion about, okay, how much more can we let the light go before we have to say to Bancroft maybe. Of course, they didn't give him that choice yesterday when they went off, or at least didn't look as though they gave him that choice about bowling spin. I'd probably be relatively happy with Tom Price for this over anyway, as he's bowling with the keeper up. Can't imagine he's going to be banging too many in. Round the wicket he comes, and Ingram is in behind that one and looking like the sort of immovable object that might just frustrate Gloucestershire. They'd love another couple of wickets, just get close to that lower order. There is the tempting tail with Leonard, Fernando, Bashir at the bottom 3, which they, as long as Akhtar and Singh Dale have got something left, I'm sure they'd love to have another go at those 3 as Ingram defends up the pitch.
Yes, I was suggesting to Andrew Hignell that Asitha Fernando is probably the most number 11-ish number 11 that Glamorgan have had in several decades.
he might blast a 20 if he does happen to middle a few, but he's probably not going to be out there for very long. Price bowls and Ingram guides this one softly into the offside for Hammond to field in the covers. There is no run. And, well, again, as things were looking so bright and rosy for Gloucestershire in the first half hour, the second half hour has belonged to Glamorgan, and with this being the light level at just gone midday, does not bode particularly well for even mid-afternoon. Tom Price bowls and forward goes Ingram, blocking up towards mid-on, and you also wonder what that just has on the effects of the Gloucestershire fielders. Probably not thinking too much about that, but it's got to be in the back of your mind of, come on, just get a bit brighter. Those clouds part. I suppose we thought that we were going to get rain on the final day of that match at Cheltenham last year. Most forecasts suggested that we would get some, didn't get any. Tom Price is into Ingram and trying to spear that one in towards middle stump, but Ingram comes down on it and just defends. He has, of late, the last few overs, just shelved some of those attacking shots, and it looks as though maybe just focusing on the defence, albeit he'd love to get Glamorgan out in front and back more towards the front foot. Just focusing on that defence has provided some calm at the crease for him. Tom Price is in, and this is turned into the onside for a single, as there's a sweeper out in the form of Ben Charlesworth at deep square. So Ingram keeps the strike, no maiden over. Tight stuff from Tom Price, but no joy. 145 for 3, and the ball is now 46 overs old as well, so it's going to be a while before Gloucestershire can get a harder, newer one. What sort of state will the game be in, even if they've been able to stay out there at that point? They're going to have to do some serious work with an old ball and on a pitch which is certainly not providing a great deal of help for Zaman Akhtar as he's trying to pound in as quickly as he can.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson just had something off 12th as Andy Gorvin. Didn't quite see what it was, and just wonder whether might be taking a painkiller or two after getting banged on the hand rather, first ball, and somewhere amidships a bit later on. Akhtar into Ingram, one slip, quite wide-ish, bowls. Ingram on the back foot, defends into the covers, and there is no run. Mid-wicket is in pretty short. Gully is pretty deep for Ingram, middling something but aerially in that area. Strong on the cut shot, strong through the covers is Colin Ingram. As well as in white ball cricket, a favoured area through mid-wicket. Bracey holding up Akhtar for a moment.
Bancroft was just having a word with somebody, field placement wise.
Akhtar bowls, Ingram drives back to the bowler. No run.
So far, it has to be said that Ingram is giving an air of permanence that Carlson hasn't yet, and it's probably from a Glamorgan point of view a happy thing that even though Carlson was first in, or he'd only faced one ball before Ingram joined him, it's Ingram that is having the majority of the strike here. Van Buren is warming up at mid-off. Whether that's just a nudge from the umpires or not.
As Ingram defends the next delivery. Speaking of warming up, looking down the umbrellas on the cafe tables in front of us, and the roof of the Gloucestershire gazebo really flapping round in the wind at the moment. So it's certainly down to more typical April weather than we've had for most of the opening 2 rounds of the season. I suppose we must count our lucky stars. We've seen so much of the sunshine as Akhtar is in again. Bowles. Ingram turns it off his legs. Will pick up a single. Down to fine leg. They'll amble through quite happily. 146 for 3. In fact, it's a leg by. No bat involved. 146 for 3. Ingram won't be too perturbed about that. And talking about players warming up, I think you'll probably see 11 players in the field warming up just to keep warm.
It's quite some routine being gone through by Van Buren.
Yeah, that looks like a bowling stretch, doesn't it? Actor in to bowl to Carlson, who's hit on the pad as he tries to work on the leg side. The ball trickles towards the umpire. James Bracey jogs in pursuit of it, but it is another leg by. 147 for 3. Glamorgan 14 runs behind. I wonder if there are any Welsh spectators in the ground this morning who will raise a cheer when Glamorgan get parity and avoid at least the innings defeat. 147 for 3. That's quite a low bar. As Ingram is on the defensive to end what's a maiden over. 2 runs came off it, but both off the pads. Actor 5 overs, 0 for 11. Glamorgan 147 for 3. Needing to negotiate in some fashion 80 overs if the elements permit.
Yeah, Van Buren is going to bowl, so just a brief foray for Tom Price.
We had 7 bowlers yesterday within the 31 overs, didn't we?
Yeah, I think there was definitely a certain amount of realising that there was today as well as yesterday evening, and they'd had to go an extra spell with Singdale and with Actor to try and get the tail out. They tried their best to get rid of the tail, not having to use those 2, but they had to resort to them again. Van Buren with a slip in place, bowling. This is driven aerially on the bounce to Dent, who sprawls away on those practice pitches and stops it. That was uppish for a bit, but he'd have to have been fielding very close to get a catch. Van Buren bowls. This is squeezed into the onside. Oh, Ingram's come a long way down from the far end, and the throw from Saman Akhtar hits. They always hit when it doesn't matter. Saw it from, I think it was Van Buren himself yesterday, wasn't it? Removed a stump from the ground with a direct hit, even though the batter was well back. But Saman Akhtar firing a warning shot to Colin Ingram. Bowling in shirt sleeves is Van Buren, back of a length and driven back to him for no run.
I remember he did actually win a championship game against Glamorgan a few years back, maybe 8, 10 years ago.
Yeah, would have been pretty soon after his arrival. He's getting some drift there as he takes all the pace off it and Carlson defends. And you'd imagine with that breeze, there's at least something to work with. Oh gosh, you can hear it on the microphone up above us. Van Buren bowls and Carlson guides this one away towards backward point. He's not really been pressed into action too much as far as final day attacking bowling of late as Van Buren, with Zafar Gohar especially. Left arm spin has been taken care of somewhat. Carlson flicks this to deep forward square and takes a single to keep the strike at the end of the over. 148 for 3. 13 runs behind still Glamorgan, but settling things down after 3 wickets fell in 3 overs inside the first 25 minutes.
I found that occasion of which I spoke. It was in 2016 and Van Buren took 3 for 15 and it remains his best performance in the championship. As he got Glamorgan in a right tangle on the final day, chasing I think a relatively modest total of 200 or thereabouts if memory serves me right. Yeah, they're 13 behind with 7 second innings wickets left as Carlson nudges the first ball of Actors over off his pads down to fine leg for a single.
He did also pick up 5 in a match here against Durham, 3 in the first, 2 in the second, back in 2021, it was rather I think what's known in some circles as a raging Bunsen. Van Buren and Zaffer doing nearly all the bowling. There were a couple of wickets in the match taken with pace, but it really was a turner.
As Actor is in bowled to Ingram, who defends on the leg side. And there's no run. Similar to the game that was Carlson's debut up in Northampton as a virtually unknown teenager who's called up at the last minute and took 5 wickets on his first day of county cricket with his off-spin. Unfortunately, Glamorgan got outplayed because was it White and Keogh, I believe, took 19 out of the 20 wickets to fall between them. Turned square virtually from the start. Unusual there. Actor ball, short ball. Ingram pulls it past the umpire. Sweep it out at deep square. Single taken. Ingram taking on the short ball. Ripple of applause for the 150. The crowd haven't entirely frozen into immobility. 161 is the more important figure for Glamorgan. That's when they move into profit, and Gloucestershire have to knock off whatever they score over that. 5 saving the single and 1 slip as Actor bowls, and Carlson plays to cover, and there is no run.
It does have to be said, in recent times it's tended to be those of late season more turning pitches here if Gloucestershire have had a sniff of a victory, and it wasn't really a turning pitch when they last won here against Warwickshire in 22, but it was a pitch that was certainly doing a fair bit.
Actor in bowls. Carlson leaves close-ish to off stump, but not too many theatricals this time from behind the stumps.
I mean, it wasn't a quick surface, but it was offering enough turn, and it also, that was the innings with Tom Price bowling Gloucestershire to victory. He took his 8 for 27, and it was, you know, it was just doing enough, constantly just doing enough in terms of seam movement. So the old seams it spins adage certainly was born out then.
On his way is Actor to bowl to Carlson, who plays it into a gap on the offside. Thought about a single, decided against it, so 2 singles off the over, 150 for 3. Glamorgan still with a lot to do in this game. 40 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire, I guess maybe also, whilst the over 8 started at +2, it won't have been great with the start. They had to think a little bit about that, so they can't just continue bowling seam the whole time, even if they want to. But Van Buren certainly worth giving him a go, because probably looked more likely to get a wicket than Ollie Price in the overs that he's bowled in this match so far, as he does Ingram, first ball of this new over. Ollie Price bowling marginally more, but Van Buren has got a couple just to turn off the straight as he bowls, and it's a full ball, and Ingram defends back to him.
Shouldn't he have a short leg or a silly point?
Well, yeah, I suppose. Where'd you take him from? Short fine, perhaps. This is left by Ingram. I can see why he's got sweepers out on either side. Maybe until Ingram shows he's going to go for the paddle, you need the short fine. Van Buren bowls. This has worked into the onside. Diving stop from Dent at short mid-wicket. So I suppose Gloucestershire are also still thinking unlikely to get the 77 overs, so if they're going to chase something, they probably need it to be a short chase, whenever that is. Van Buren flights one up and beats Ingram, who's forward looking to defend, maybe just into those footmarks. Getting a bit of turn, a little bit of bounce. last ball of this over. This is fired in a bit quicker this time, and Ingram will jab this one towards cover. There's no run. Nice bit of flight from Van Buren. I said that you'd think that the wind ought to be there for him to use to get a bit of drift, but he's certainly not firing them all in here. He's tossing most of them up and giving them a chance to turn, and also he'll know that this is not the sort of stage where you're particularly likely to see Ingram or Carlson come charging down the pitch and looking to slam him out the ground. 150 for 3.
So it has been Gloucestershire's morning. Morgan resuming at 106 without loss, but then losing 3 in successive overs. And this is a painstaking effort from these two. As Actor is in to bowl to Carlson, plays no shot. Outside off stump. Through to Bracey. 5, well, 4 saving the single, I suppose. Short mid-wicket dent is in a catching position. There's 1 slip. Square leg is out. Fine leg and third man. So Bancroft going for the strangle rather than the all-out attack, maybe, in terms of tactics. As Actor bowls, it's on the legs of Carlson. It's come off something down to fine leg for a single. I suspect another leg by? No, says Mr. Ashraf. Bit of bat involved and a single that gets Carlson eventually into double figures off 41 deliveries, having had a couple of nasty moments. Hit on the hand first ball and then technically dropped at short leg off a fiendishly difficult chance. Actor in, bowls. Ingram steers it to dent at cover. No run. Ingram also watchful, 15, having faced 52 deliveries. His first innings century came off 170, but 50 off 86 was quite a slow start. Time as important as runs, as Actor around the wicket. To Ingram. In. Balls, short ball pulled around by Ingram down towards.
Oh,
horrible misfield by Hammond at backward square. Well, he did have to run and go down, but it looked as though he'd blocked it at least fairly comfortably. Somehow managed to spoon it over the boundary for 4 runs.
It was, as he was tumbling, it was almost as though he then let go of the ball. I don't think he had any thoughts of relay fielding. He obviously just didn't have a full grip on the ball, and off it went.
It's a good job he's not a Premier League goalkeeper. He'd be pilloried for weeks for that. 1-5-5 for 3. Actor in, ball. Ingram drives through the offside. There is no sweeper out at deep cover, and so Ingram has successive boundaries 180 degrees apart through backward square and through the covers.
Well, he's clearly decided that he's not just going to bed in, block and defend. I mean, got the shorter ball. It's not too much risk as long as he can get on top of it, but that one was more the sort of shot that might have got him in trouble earlier on in his innings.
Actor back over the wicket, bowls to Ingram, batter delivery that he defends cautiously around the line of off stump. So 9 ensuing off the Actor over. And Glamorgan 159 for 3. They are just 2 runs behind, and it is a little breezy here today, as viewers of the stream will gather from the slight vibration that's affecting our pictures from time to time.
It was a bit of a rough night for James Healy last night, so shaking desperately next to us. No,
I don't think he can shake the cameras from here.
No, exactly. Van Buren continues. Steers down Carlson, now he bowls, and Carlson holds the pose on the front foot defence. So just 2 behind now, Glamorgan, so Well, at the very least, they can start taking 2 plus the 1 in progress off the overs remaining. Van Buren flights that one up full face of the bat, meeting it from Kieran Carlson. And certainly Gloucestershire will try and rattle through some overs at the very least here. Carlson is tempted down the pitch there, but then only defends. Saw Chris Cook do that once yesterday. It wasn't quite as awkward as that one. It wasn't quite as crabby a move down the pitch, but anyway, Van Buren tempting him out of his crease, but not this time. I suppose he wasn't going to do it twice in a row, was he? Just defended into the offside. Derbyshire have lost their first wicket in that match at Grace Road, 42 for 1, requiring 407 to win, as this is chopped into the offside by Carlson out to deep cover, where Charlesworth lobs in the underarm throw to Chris Dent, who was extra cover but will become mid-wicket with the single taken. 160 for 3, 1 run behind Glamorgan. 1 ball left in this over. Van Buren to Ingram, and there it is. The scores are level as Ingram turns it down to long on, and a few people have realised. A respectful round of applause from a couple, and the scoreboard reads lead 0. It's 161 for 3.
Yeah, so anything Glamorgan score from now on, Gloucestershire then have to score for victory. And
Changing
Wigan's
for
get
Tom
another
Price,
change.
looks like.
Yeah, a bit of double spin, maybe with half an eye on the light conditions, so the umpires don't get twitchy, or maybe just the reflection of the fact that the seamers all bowled more than 20
Tom
overs.
Price rather than Ollie.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. Right. Yes. I thought he was lurking close to the wicket, so I assumed it was a short run up and a bit of spin.
It'd be
It's
interesting
Tom
to see
Price.
what he would probably bowl off spin. If he was going to bowl spin, I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. Perhaps I would be completely wrong. Somebody would say, well, I knew Tom Price when he was bowling for Greaton Little Chew, and he bowled 5 overs of leg breaks at me. I don't know. You just never know who's going to get in touch with you with these things. But anyway, yes, he's going for a long run. Put it that way. If he's going to bowl some leg
Price
spin.
T, so yes, it's replacing Zaman Akhtar. Seam for seam. He's 0 for 20 off 7 overs so far, Tom Price. 2 short mid-wickets as Ingram always almost caught by one of them. Lobbing it on the leg side. The ball dying agonisingly close to mid-wicket.
Ollie Price, the fielder there. Well, I suppose you almost can't get close enough, can you? But if he'd just been one decent stride forward, and of course now they're probably going to take that stride forward, and the next one's going to be hit too hard to react.
161 for 3. It was nearly 4 as Ingram gets one off his pads somehow or other, down to fine leg. Umpire Ashraf with a leisurely tap of the knee to signify leg byes. Leg byes going well for Glamorgan this morning. They're booting them away, and Glamorgan are in the lead by 1 run, with potentially 74 overs left of the match after this one, barring any weather interruptions and barring 2 overs off for a change of innings, unless it's during an interval. Gloucestershire switch the 2 mid-wickets to the other side for the right-handed Carlson, and Tom Price is in to bowl, and Carlson plays that one gently up to Van Buren mid-on, and there is no run. Gloucestershire believe there's plenty of gesticulations after anything that does or doesn't look like a chance, really.
We have to believe now, after we've seen it a couple of times, that 1 wicket could bring 2 or 3 again.
Bang, bang, bang. They've done it twice in the match, the Shire, as Price in to Carlson, who is forward. Textbook defensive, head over the ball, playing gently to cover.
He's looked a lot more comfortable as Kieran Carlson, once the pace has just dropped off a bit, really didn't particularly look as if he was in magnificent order against Singdale, an actor, but he's got through one way or another with some bruises to show for it. That particular spell, particularly of Singdale's.
Well, that's the nature of first-class cricket. It's meant to be a test of your abilities. As Price bowls and Carlson in the crease defends straight back down the wicket.
That's why they call it Test cricket. Oh, hang on, it's not. But anyway, it's first class. This is.
Yes, there aren't meant to be free runs out there, and Carlson Ingram certainly having to battle chances, or the suggestion of chances. Ingram nearly played on 9 against Tom Price. He's watching as Tom Price bowls to Carlson, who fiddles at that one outside off stump. What sort of shot was that? It's through to Bracey, doesn't make contact. Maiden from Tom Price, 162 for 3, effectively 1 for 3.
Well, he's created the opportunity of getting both men out that over as Tom Price, the chip short of mid-wicket, and then that bizarre shot from Carlson that just looked as if he was suddenly batting in a 50-over game with no slips in place. I mean, there was only the one wide one, but even so, James Bracey would have been glad to accept a fine little edge, which would have been quite likely. Van Buren into Ingram, and that bounces out of the rough and goes between bat and pad. Bracey can't take it cleanly as Ingram possibly a bit obscuring him for a bit there. There wasn't anything on it, but again, just something for Graham Van Buren here. He bowls quicker this time, forcing shot from Ingram will not provide a run as it's stopped at wide mid-off. The footmarks don't really look any more pronounced than they were yesterday. Van Buren bowls let go by Ingram, and you still don't really see one going absolutely sideways out of them. You can just about see a couple with the naked eye, but it's not looking like a particularly worn, even landing area as Ingram clips this down to long on for a single at 163 for 3, and again underlining just how dry it's been. You need that little bit of moisture to create some footmarks, even if it's then going to dry out later on in the match. Van Buren just nudging short third a little bit wider, as again he floats that one up there for Carlson to prop forward and defend. Wasting little time. In and bowls. Carlson down the pitch, driving. He wants a single. It was a slightly late decision to come through, but he was a long way down the pitch, and Matt Taylor can't prevent that single. So another run, lead up to 3, 164 for 3. Surrey have their first breakthrough of day 4 at the Oval, where Fletcher Middleton has been trapped LBW by Matthew Fisher for 42. So that partnership between Middleton and Gubbins has now been broken. Hampshire 106 for 4, requiring a further 271 runs to win. So do you remember Gubbins has a pretty good memory of the Oval? I think a couple of years back he might even have scored twin hundreds in one of the London derbies at the Oval, but certainly going to have to do that probably and more if Hampshire are going to win or save the game.
It's a slight delay, just a minor huddle maybe. Thought for a moment it might have been weather related, but not yet, as Tom Price into bowl. Carlsen defends, and Van Buren has been moved up from mid-on to join the squad of mid-wickets. He's more a sort of wide-ish, not quite silly mid-on.
Yes, so to say he's not quite silly in there.
He's reasonably sensible mid-on.
Yeah.
But certainly in a catching position, and he's standing virtually next to Colin Ingram, the non-striker, which gives you some idea. As Price lopes in, bowls, and Carlsen defends to Van Buren. And there is no run. Glamorgan effectively 3 for 3 in their second innings. So with a lot of work to do to save this game after a horrendous start for them. A flying start for the Shire this morning. 3 wickets in the 3rd, 4th and 5th overs of the morning. Can Glamorgan halt the slide and get through to lunch without further damage? Carlsen pulls away because
I think
there's a bit of chat still.
Yeah, Singdale was also still wandering about. He's at an extraordinary position. He's almost able to reach out and touch Tom Price as he runs past him.
The straightest of mid-offs as Carlsen defends to the middle of the mid-wickets.
I've absolutely no idea what the thinking is behind that Singdale position. I can understand that.
I suppose he's got to cover mid-on as well. If anything gets through, he's got to...
Perhaps, yeah.
Anything straight on the leg side that pierces that little umbrella. It's now no longer an umbrella of mid-wickets, because one of them is transposed to leg slip. Deep-ish leg slip. Slightly finer than the only offside slip. Price in, bowls. Carlsen drives into the offside. He's found a gap. He'll pick up a couple of runs here as the ball is picked up in leisurely fashion by Zaman Akhtar, who doesn't bother to hurl it in, just tosses it to the nearest fielder because they had no intention of getting a third.
I think he's thinking that might cost me another couple of deliveries later on. Let Miles Hammond get it back in. He doesn't have to do any bowling. Well, unless things get really flat.
Tom Price in bowls. Carlsen turns off his legs, wide of the leg slip and down to fine leg for a single. Price with his head in his hands as if it were aerial at some point in its trajectory, but not a chance. 167 for 3. 6 ahead. Lots of movement of the field, and of course of umpire Baldwin between right and left-hand batters. Tom Price's clothing flapping in this nasty breeze that's made watching conditions quite difficult, I suspect, on day 4 out in the fresh air, very fresh, as Ingram defends from his crease with keeper Bracey standing up. Last ball of the over, 167 for 3 Glamorgan, with 18 further minutes to survive until the lunch interval. Kieran Carlsen is just getting is that a little ticking off from the umpire? Maybe he's run on the pitch somewhere.
Unless he was suggesting that
That
there was a landing, yes, there was a landing area there that somebody must have landed in that was a little bit too close to the danger area. You can see the little daub of white paint signifying where that danger area starts. Van Buren with 2 short extra covers, bowls a wide ball. It's cut away by Carlsen, that'll be 4. There's no chance for deep cover to get around there, and Singdale, I think he's sort of gesturing to Van Buren to say, well, I was standing where that ball was, but you moved me last over. 171 for 3, Carlson on to 19. It wasn't that short, but Carlson isn't the tallest anyway, and it was very wide. Carlson really to free his arms. Much better delivery from Van Buren, but Carlson forward to defend. One more on the stroke of lunch to give Gloucestershire some belief again. What they're hoping for as Carlson goes back and, well, not particularly forcing fashion, but aims at the 2 short extra covers as though to get him away from him. Goes straight to one of them, but back to gentle defence to Bancroft at short extra. And Gloucestershire probably do need to rattle through a few overs, actually, even from the point of view of just bowling them. As down the pitch, Carlson driving, and it's well knocked down by Bancroft at the straighter of the short extra covers. Has it not got through a mountain of overs this morning?
Yeah, there's break while Carlson had magic spray applied.
Van Buren bowls, loopy delivery, which Carlson drives straight to dent at the more conventional short extra cover, and Van Buren just really tossing that one right up above the eye line. And I think if he were belted for 4, he wouldn't have been surprised, but also didn't seem to mind too much. He really did want to force Carlson into a ball that he just couldn't help but drive at. But anyway, kept it down. 171 for 3, a 10-run lead for Glamorgan. The weather's got no better, really, but no worse. If it stays like this, could still be quite a frustrating afternoon, but Gloucestershire almost need to take some wickets for it to be frustrating for them, because whilst Ingram and Carlson are at the crease, it's beginning to look steady enough.
Still quarter of an hour to negotiate for Carlson and Ingram before lunch, as Price bowls round the wicket to Ingram, who plays that one defensively to short mid wicket. No run. Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire 53 for 1, requiring another 396 against Leicestershire, who left their declaration late. David Lloyd dismissed by former Derby man Van Beek for 14. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire continuing to battle as Tom Price bowls. Ingram drives down towards backward point, takes the single. Lancashire, who were miles behind on first innings, had 203 for 3 in their second, but that is still 65 runs in arrears. But Lancashire, as here, giving themselves a chance of survival. Bohannon is 93 not out.
That single, by the way, bringing up the 50 partnership.
Oh, that was quick. Well, it wasn't actually, but it was unnoticed, really, because they haven't been going at it terribly hard, just accumulating.
But have been together for 127 deliveries,
wasn't
as important as the 50.
Tom Price is into bowl, and that one squirts a bit on Carlson, and he's playing it out uncertainly on the offside.
He's just waiting for that to thump into the pad, Tom Price, but he just can't ever seemingly completely quite break down the defence of Carlson. He can get him to take a hand off the bat and come at it from a not particularly straight angle, but just isn't quite able to beat some part of that defence.
As Tom Price got 3 catches on the leg side. Bancroft obviously thinking hard. Carlson pulls despite those 3 catches, gets it away safely to deep square leg, but there is a sweeper as well. And it is just the single taken. 173 for 3, 12 for 3 in real money. Lots of movement. There's always some movement between right and left-handers, but seems to be more than usual. Umpire Baldwin making his way quite a long way from the bat. He obviously has respect for Colin Ingram's pull shot.
Yes, I noticed he's deeper than he was at points yesterday.
He's very deep at square leg, is Paul Baldwin. Tom Price bowls. Colin Ingram drives on the offside, but straight to cover. Nicely hit shot, but for once Ingram not able to place it as well as middle it. Tom Price kicking away at the bowling crease for some reason.
Always. Well, in fact, he seems to have been a little bit happier than often with his landing areas, but he's often fixing them with a glower and having a kick and a stare and he doesn't always look the happiest when he's mid-spell, when he's walking back to his mark.
Now a leg gully in place as Tom Price bowls, and Ingram plays gently up to Van Buren at mid-off. Another over drifts past. 70 potentially remain. Glamorgan effectively 12 for 3, with Ingram 26 and Carlson 20, both having received similar numbers of deliveries, both with lower strike rates than usual, that's for sure. 10 minutes to go. Holding on after that dreadful first 25 minutes for Glamorgan. Stroke glorious start for the Gloucesters.
Carlson faces, Van Buren bowls, and this is a back foot drive out to deep cover point for 1 run. As it was 1 run, 174 for 3. Yeah, I know, the scoreboard's wrong, isn't it? It's 174 for 3. There we go. Never takes them long. Field scatters again. The latest think tank is in operation, with Dent doing a bit of pointing about, but mostly Bancroft and Van Buren, captain and former captain, and he was just about to bowl, and then Bancroft had another sudden thought. He's gone with a short straight mid-on, a short mid-wicket, Hammond at slip. Tom Price has been moved from a backward point to a short extra. Deep cover's coming up, so for the first time they're not going to have a sweeper either side. Still a long on, a deepish mid-off, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, and a fantastic committed dive from Chris Dent at mid-wicket prevents Ingram from scuppering any Gloucestershire plans and having to change the field again. There's no run. Van Buren in and smothering that one. Ingram wasn't quite wide enough to take the footmarks, but still gave it his due care and attention, as the number of deliveries for Gloucestershire to break this partnership before lunch continued to tick down. Van Buren bowls, and that one does stay down a bit. Ingram off the back foot to a ball that was barely shin height, but he's having to bowl quite slowly to get that turn, is Van Buren, so Ingram still, in theory, should have time to adjust, as the next delivery sees Ingram do the same thing, and there's a bit more bounce this time. And Bancroft reaches tentatively over the pitch to field. Van Buren bowls, and Ingram drives, looking to pierce the offside field, where there is now the reward of a boundary if he can do so, but he can't beat Price at extra cover. So Van Buren, 11 overs to 25, is certainly not given much away, but it sort of underlines really a couple of the things we've been saying, really. On a final day at Bristol, spin so seldom comes into the equation the way that it might at other places, and also you do always get the feeling on a surface like this, a surface at Bristol, if a side if you get a couple set and they really do just decide that actually we are just going to, I'm not saying they're absolutely blocking, you know, only blocking, they're still scoring here and there, but if a side really sets its mind to actually being disciplined and not going after the ball, as Glamorgan lost their first 3 wickets, well, 2 of their first 3 I think doing, I don't think that you could level that criticism at North East, but 2 of the 3 wickets anyway. We've seen that as soon as they've really reined things in, Ingram and Carlson have looked far more safe.
Ollie Price, 7 minutes to go to lunch. Can Gloucestershire get 3 overs in? Carlson defends on the leg side, and there is no run. It's just looking down to see the source of the canine interruption. It may well have been Sparky Carlson, as he drives, does Carlson, through the offside, and has got that one away through the gap. He's beaten the sweeper on the cover ropes, and it's raced away for 4 runs. Well, the dog actually can't see what's going on, otherwise he might have been excited. He is behind the fence.
You could see the scoreboard last over, and they didn't put that run of Carlson's on there.
Oof.
Exactly, that's what he said.
The dog is currently being attended to by Ed Byram. 178 for 3 in a bobble hat. It's that sort of day. Ollie Price bowls, and Carlson dabs this one into the offside. Yes, yes. As it trickles towards cover point. Actor has too much to do to prevent it. 179 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 18 runs.
Come on with mine today. I needed it yesterday evening, even actually walking back.
Yes, it's
not a Gloucestershire bobble hat, by the way.
Going to make you
BBC
stand
impartiality forbids.
As on the back foot is Ingram defending, bracing out from behind the stumps to field. Which sports team is that?
Frölunda. It's the hockey team based in Gothenburg.
As forward comes Ingram and defends. Have you attended their matches?
Yes, I've been to a couple over the years. It is a fantastic thing to do. Heartily recommend to anyone.
As forward comes Ingram and defends. And the over, a 179 for 3. 18 ahead Glamorgan. 5 minutes to lunch, 4 minutes to lunch. Probably squeeze in 1 extra over from Ollie Price. Fantastic in terms of atmosphere, sporting achievement, both.
It's one of the best, probably best atmospheres in, well, probably in Europe actually as a whole. In Gothenburg, 12,000 in the Scandinavium. It's I know this word is massively overused, but it is quite an iconic arena. Round the wicket goes Van Buren and bowls, and Carlson defends into the offside. But yeah, they're a team that have been quite successful over the years as well, particularly recently. Van Buren bowls, flight to delivery, goes past the edge of Carlson, who was just drawn in by a ball that was just floating outside off stump, and I almost felt, well, I've got so much time to play the shot here, and then maybe had too much time because I wasn't quite sure whether to play or leave, possibly. Van Buren bowls a quicker ball, he tries to catch Carlson napping, it's forced past backward point, diving effort from Singdale comes up short, but there will be a stop out on the boundary from Ben Charlesworth, just a single, 180 for 3. Don't think that even that, with the change of field, will quite allow Glamorgan enough time to ensure that this is the last over before lunch. Hammond is assisting things by repositioning the helmet, and in fact Gloucestershire are going to bring their long on up as well this late in the session. The lead is 19. Van Buren bowls to Ingram, who gets a straight delivery and keeps it out into the offside. You get the chanting as well in European ice hockey. It's not quiet like the NHL, for example. This is defended into the onside, but yeah, no, just it's a fantastic fantastic arena and an atmosphere, and they play exciting hockey as well. Full ball is dug out by Ingram to complete another tight Van Buren over. He's wheeled through 12 in the innings, and Gloucestershire will make it 30 overs in the morning, which I suspect won't leave them any worse off, especially as we had
3
a break
wickets,
for,
that's about right,
yeah,
and a break for treatment.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it should be where they started it in terms of the over 8 as Ollie Price sheds his sweater, and with the clock at 12:59, Glamorgan concede that they are going to have to face an extra over despite a bit of mid-wicket chat. Kieran Carlson will face the first ball of it, and I think it'd better be described for you by young Ed, because I have a radio commitment very shortly.
There's no need to speed through this over now, really, as it is guaranteed to be the last. There is a short leg in place as Ollie Price bowls to Carlson, who is forward and guiding this one cautiously into the offside, and it's fielded by the elder of the Price brothers, Tom, standing at extra cover. Ollie Price bowls to Carlson, who defends back towards the bowler. At some point I'm actually going to have to look up the question I asked yesterday. I mean, perhaps it must have happened at some point. I can't immediately remember it. A catch of Ollie Price's bowling by Tom, as this is played defensively back up the surface. If anyone does come up with such an instance, let me know on @EdCricket6 on X, so I don't have to keep asking the question. Ollie Price bowls, and quick on his feet there is Carlson. Ollie Price thought he'd got through briefly, but again the bat came jamming down on it and just able to nudge it through point, and Carlson gets off strike. So it's 181 for 3. 3 wickets in the first 25 minutes for Gloucestershire this morning to give them hope, but the hope might just kill them. Either that or Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson will, as they're both in the 20s and in the late 70s in terms of balls faced. 2 left before lunch. Price round the wicket into Ingram, targeting the stumps. Ingram is looked, really with the exception of a couple of loose drives early in his innings, looked as though he's really just not going to give this away. Last ball before lunch. Ollie Price in and bowls, and Ingram defends. Again, the hands go up to the head from Ollie Price, but it is the end of the session. Ingram and Carlson have survived, and Glamorgan remain 3 wickets down. The bowling has been tight. The lead is only 20 at lunch, so that at least hasn't advanced massively in the morning session. Glamorgan have scored 75 runs in that morning session of 30 overs, so it's not been quick, but it's wickets that Gloucestershire are desperate for, and wickets that as yet they've not been able to add to the 3 early on that they got. 2 wickets for Matt Taylor and 1 to Ajit Singh Dale. It was a superb opening spell from both. Well, Hassan gone for 55, Byram for 48, North East for 10, 3 victims. But Gloucestershire needs 7 more Glamorgan wickets and will need to chase runs as well. Is the situation at lunch, and we will be back to bring you the afternoon session in 40 minutes time. Enjoy your grub.
At Trent Bridge, not still batting in their second innings, 319 for 9. They lead Essex by 299, with 9 wickets down. They are still in play there. At the Oval, Hampshire, 120 for 4, still need 257 to beat Surrey. And at home, Somerset, 208 for 7 for lunch against Sussex. They still require 387 to win. In the 2 other games in the second division, at Old Trafford, Lancashire, 221 for 3. still trail Northants overall by 47. They're following on in their second innings. And at Leicester, Derbyshire 56-1, still need 393 to beat Leicestershire.
hours about it, I think.
Yeah, I remember when it was when hips are 2 bits, no 3 bits. There. No, it's 4 bits. No, it's 4 bits. That's a bit there. Big cherry picker it was.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, several things. Yeah.
Well, welcome back to our umpires at the start of this afternoon session. Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft, and resuming with a lead of 20, Glamorgan's 4th wicket pair of number 41 Colin Ingram and number 5 Kieran Carlson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bristol as Glamorgan's unbroken 4th wicket partnership marches back out to the middle with Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson continuing to look to defy Gloucestershire's push for a final day victory in this Division 2 County Championship match. 3 wickets falling early on the final day as Glamorgan, began on 106 without loss, just 3 runs added overnight before Eddie Byram was the first to be dismissed, edging Matt Taylor to Bancroft at wide slip for 48. And Sam Northeast and Zain Ul Hassan following in consecutive overs after that for 10 and 55, with Singdale and Matt Taylor taking those 2 wickets. So Matt Taylor 2 for 29. It looks as though it is to be him to bowl the first over after lunch. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb with you on the BBC Sport website and the app. And Taylor bowling to Carlson, first ball back of a length, and a low pull into the onside will bring him a single out to deep mid-wicket, and that takes Glamorgan's lead up to 21. So 21 for 3 if you like it that way, and 65 overs minimum remain to be bowled in the day's play, but that of course is weather and light permitting. Slightly brighter skies as we start after lunch. There's certainly no thoughts of it being bad, but you just don't know exactly what's going to drift in later on in the afternoon. 2 short mid-wickets as Taylor bowls to Ingram, who steers that down into the gully, and there's no run.
Good afternoon, or whatever time of day it is with you, to Andrew Strong, who says he's cheering Kingram and Casey on from Tokyo and the land of the rising sun, stroke land of the rising runs. Afternoon, Andrew. Nice to have you with us.
I'd imagine the sun is probably a little way from rising. What's the current time in Tokyo? 9:45 at night. Taylor bowls a Yorker, which Ingram jams down on, and I'm not sure if that was what he was doing, but he almost sort of presented the bat to Matt Taylor to see, you didn't get me. 9:45 at night.
I'm not sure whether you'll be able to answer this query from John Hughes. Whether you frequent such establishments. Does the Sportsman pub in Neville Road still have a pool hall?
Oh gosh.
It does.
Oh, it does. Oh, there you go. You've got an answer. I was going to say, I don't think I've ever actually been in there. Taylor in and bowls, and Ingram quietly rolls the wrists on that and plays it to short mid-wicket. You sort of feel like you've got to go a little bit further from the ground sometimes before you get going. You've got to do a little bit of activity before getting installed somewhere like that after a day's play.
John says as a student in the 80s he used to go and hustle in the pool hall in order to supplement his grant. Happy memories, he says. Oh. Must have been decent at it then.
One way to do it. Matt Taylor over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. Bowls a full ball, and Ingram punch drives to mid-on, and there is no run.
Steve West reckons the draw beckons, but with a crooked finger. Gloucestershire will certainly give it some for this afternoon session, weather permitting.
Yeah, I was trying to do some very quick, rudimentary scenario building in terms of when does it sort of run out for Gloucestershire any chance. Taylor bowls, and Ingram tries to force this off the back foot. It was not really a cut shot, it was more of a back foot square drive attempted, a dangerous shot, and he survives as it passes through to Bracey. It must have bounced a bit more than he expected, because he wasn't really in a position to get on top of that back foot drive, and he doesn't get the outside edge to it. 182 for 3.
Well, if Gloucestershire get at least 3 wickets in this session, 6 down at tea, I think they'd give it a go. Glamorgan aren't scoring very quickly. They might not be much more than 100 ahead.
Yeah, well, I was...
So they'd give it a lash after tea, certainly, for an hour or so.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I mean, I was thinking in terms of, for example, a 20-over chase of, say, you know, what...
150?
Yeah. So if Glamorgan batted for, say, 45 overs, round about 3 and over... Yeah, that's roughly what it's going to be, isn't it, of 20?
As Singdale is in to bowl to Carlson down leg side, Bracey can't take it. cleanly, but at least prevents any buys. Diving away to his left, something of a loosener from Ajit Singh Dale, who has 1 for 29 in this innings. Bowled well in the first innings, 3 for 61. North East Carlson and Ingram, the top order. As Singdale is in from the pavilion end. Bowls, Carlson turns it into a gap on the leg side and will take a single as Van Buren does the fielding, running round from mid on. 183 for 3.
And the other problem with the late chase being when the light is likely to be at its worst. Glamorgan are the side bowling, so have absolutely no obligation to be staying out there if the umpires say you can't bowl fast and short.
Yeah, fast and short and everyone on the boundary maybe. That's a long way away. Singdale round the wickets to Ingram, who defends one that didn't get up a lot. There's a little bit of variable bounce, a little bit of two-pacedness in the pitch today.
Yeah, they have to believe it's just enough. Gloucestershire, they just feel you need one little something like that, maybe one just to keep a bit low, get this partnership broken, and then the door might just be opened a bit again.
Singdale in bowls and a decent delivery that forces Ingram onto the back foot and defends on the leg side, and there's no run. These two came together on the exit of Ul Hassan around about 11:25. And Carlson dropped off a fiendishly difficult chance by Dent off Singdale when he was on 5. Got hit on the hand first ball. Ingram nearly popped one to mid-wicket off Tom Price. Singdale is in to bowl. Ingram plays no shot. Singdale head in hands. How did that miss the timbers?
It did come back a bit, which shows that again there's just the odd one, reminiscent perhaps vaguely of the delivery that Chris Cook got yesterday from Zaman Akhtar, which just seemed to jag back from wide of the off stump out of nowhere. It just didn't quite do enough for Singdale, that one.
Next delivery driven by Ingram out into the offside. They'll take a quick-ish single as Graham Van Buren performs a good diving stop. A couple of singles off the over, 184 for 3. Glamorgan leading by only 23 runs. And whatever happens from now on, I think Mark Elaine and his staff have to take heart from the performance of the Gloucestershire bowlers. Well, obviously the batters in running up 500, but the bowlers, you know, okay, 380 odd and 184 for 3 doesn't look anything out of the ordinary. But I think the bowlers have really run in very well and kept the pressure on as long as possible in tandem with each other.
Yeah, I think they've done a sterling job to give Gloucestershire some sort of a chance on the final day. Matt Taylor into Ingram, who plays that one conservatively into the ground towards backward point, and the parallels are so much there and have been, for my money, for quite a while with that Leicestershire game last year where Gloucestershire scored the 700 and they took 18 wickets on a surface at Grace Road that was offering them absolutely nothing, but just couldn't quite get over the line. Taylor into Ingram, who's forward and running this one into the mid-off area. Van Buren will field, but you know, as much as Gloucestershire picked up a couple of championship wins last year, there's only a certain number of moral victories you can have before you start getting frustrated, and I'm not saying that that'll be the case, and especially second game of the season, I'm sure that they, whatever happens from here, will be delighted with the way that they've rebounded after the start at Derby. Taylor in, and Ingram comes forward and plays this one back towards the bowler. But as I say, at some point you want to be seeing those wins. You don't want to be seeing those high scoring draws and outperforming the opposition. At least, certainly, even though that is just about borne out on the eventual points tally from the match, there'll only be a 2-point difference between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan from this game if this does end as a draw. Taylor in, and Ingram covers up again, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire did present Glamorgan with one of those points, a run out off the last ball of the 110th over. Conversely, Glamorgan, I think, have to look at Gloucestershire's bowling attack and say, how can we get to that sort of situation where you have got 4 bowlers running in and keeping it tight and causing pressure to build.
It's this Singdale-Taylor partnership that worked well first thing this morning, as that's top-edged by Ingram over the head of Bracey by a long distance and down to the boundary. It ended up going actually on the offside just rather than the onside, but Taylor, he's done that a couple of times today. In fact, it was either first ball or second ball or something like that. We'll just break off on that because I'm wondering whether there's going to be a concussion check or something. It's been signalled as leg buys now.
Oh,
so he didn't top edge it.
It looked for all the world like a top edge. Must have been off the helmet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, first up I thought maybe it had come off the helmet just because of the angle that it came off at, but then there didn't seem to be any. Yeah, I think it is just straight off the helmet.
He's nutted it for 4. Some consolation for Gloucestershire that Ingram was willing to take on that hook shot, even with a fine leg posted on the boundary away to our right. It does come back at him a bit, that delivery.
Down, yeah, it does look as if it's just come off the helmet, but I think it was, as I was saying before, I think it was first or second ball, was it, where Taylor dug one in quite short and Ingram sort of flinched rather than, I mean, he just swayed out of the way, but it was a really late move.
Yep.
And again, even there he was threatening to be plunked, so that's the second time in the match that we've had a concussion check out. I see that Fernando needed one in the first innings and was out very next ball, so Gloucestershire will be hoping that there's something similar to happen here. I'm sure Colin Ingram seems to be okay.
I think Fernando was threatening to get out any ball anyway, whether
yes,
he'd been banged on the bunts or not, with his eccentric batting style consisting of 2 paces backwards and a cross-bat slug. And got 1 boundary away before inevitably seeing his stump splattered. Anyway, we're back with the action. Ingram is judged to be okay. 188 for 3.
Yep, I'll have his secondary check a little bit later on as well, but I'm sure it's probably not the first time that Ingram has worn one on the helmet. Here we go, last ball of this over, Taylor in, and history will not repeat itself as Ingram plays the calmest of defence to point. Hammond picks it up, but that will be a maiden over from Matt Taylor with those 4 leg buys from it, but the lead moves now up to 27. There's Glamorgan 188 for 3. But maybe just a little bit of pace and aggression and something for Glamorgan just to, I suppose, get them out of a comfort zone that it started to look as though they might just be in a little bit towards the end of that morning session, and of course you can't just keep tearing in with your quickest bowlers the whole time. So at some point there may have to be wickets bought from elsewhere. Gloucestershire just weren't quite able to do that in the second hour or so this morning.
Singdale is in to bowl to Carlson, who turns on the leg side, and there's no run. We're probably into territory where another 2 or 3 overs each from these quicker bowlers, and maybe you turn to the spinners and Charlesworth then to fiddle away the last 10 overs with the old ball and keep everyone, well, as fresh as they can be, given that they've been out in the field for 170 overs or thereabouts. As that is edged by Carlson, and he'll get 4 runs for it. Well, not much reaction in the middle, so it must have been a fairly safe edge.
Yeah, I think
but he didn't look at all in control of that one. Carlson playing a defensive shot. Maybe it's just a defensive shot of an angled bat. It was well wide of slip anyway, and it was safe, and it matters not. 34 to Carlson, 192 for 3, 31 for 3 in effect.
And again, it's just been very hard to get those edges really to be threatening when it's been bowled very full. That could be a threatening length in another situation, but the edges have come when actually the ball almost hasn't been hitting the stumps. They've tended to come off good length balls rather than full length balls.
Singdale tearing in bowls, grunt of effort once more. Carlson on the back foot, defending out on the onside. No run. The other game's still continuing in Division 2. Derbyshire at 87 for 2 at Leicester, needing an improbable 362 runs further to win. And Lancashire are still trying to block it out. Josh Bohannon is still there, 120 not out. Marcus Harris, though, has gone for 50. The Lankeys 243 for 4, still 25 behind Northants. So a bit of work to do for the home team at Old Trafford. Division 2, Somerset 230 for 7 at Sussex. Short ball, Carlson tries to hook. There's a lone appeal from James Bracey, and no one else backs up. Somerset need a further 365 runs to beat Sussex. So that isn't going to happen. Whether there could be some sort of rearguard action led by Lewis Gregory there.
Well, I suppose it would be a bit of revenge from their point of view from last week, where Worcestershire were able to bat out at Taunton.
Hampshire 130 for 4 at the Oval, needing a further 247 to beat Surrey. Looks unlikely. Singdale on his way to bowl to Carlson, 2 crouching on the leg side, and Carlson plays it to the forward square leg of those 2 catchers. The other one is leg gully-ish. At Trent Bridge, that one seems as though it could peter out a little bit. Notts 375 for 9 in their second innings, 355 runs ahead.
That looked as if it was going to be quite exciting at the start of the day.
Yeah, Notts have lost a load of quick wickets and have then just batted on. Haynes 135 not out. Singdale bowls up in the block hole, driven by Carlson. He'll get at least a single. Will they think of a second? No, because Van Buren has scampered back and fielded in front of the pavilion. The score at the end of the over, 193 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 32. The mound stand is pretty deserted, just the odd body or two here and there. I suspect there's more people tucked indoors down beneath us, maybe watching on the screens in the cafe and that.
Yeah, you can if you can get the best seats in the cafe, you can still peer out towards the middle and see most of it. But oh, here we go. And now this is the first time in the whole match we've had this, which surprises me, because even in the first game had 2 or 3 checks of the ball and subsequent changes, but this is the first time in this match that either side has demanded a ball change, which I don't know whether that tells you that they don't think it matters what they're bowling with, or whether for some reason the ball has been fine the whole time, but it's fine now. Not going to get it changed.
Is Bancroft
Gloucestershire
going to demand a pitch change next then?
I think there's still the hybrid surface that Ollie Price's right foot is on. I think that's the hybrid around about there. Slightly different colour, is it? Or maybe not. Anyway, the hybrid's somewhere over more towards where we are. Well, yes, it's on the square somewhere. Thank you, Jim. I just about worked that one out. In comes Matt Taylor round the wicket to the right-handed Carlson, and Carlson props forward and plays this one into the ground and back towards the bowler. But yes, I don't really know where we stand on the hybrid situation. I suspect cards may be kept closer to chests anyway, but it does make it rather difficult when what happened last year happened. And again, it's such a shame for multiple reasons, because the first game that was played on the hybrid pitch last year was a pretty good one against Middlesex. This is clipped away by Carlson. It was in the air for some time, but goes between short mid-wicket and a fielder at sort of short forward square. Didn't seem as though it was particularly close to either. Maybe a bit closer to Ollie Price, who was the squarer of the two, but that was, I think, in the air. It would have been tough anyway, because it was travelling. Carlson hit it pretty firmly. One more run, 194 for 3. I was saying at lunch to somebody, it's almost surprising that we haven't had that sort of a dismissal yet. Taylor into Ingram, who is once again just looking as solid as you'd like him to look if you're Glamorgan. The closest we came was that clip from Ingram that fell just short of Ollie Price at short mid-wicket before lunch. But you know, it's, I don't know, it just seems a bit surprising, because we've seen quite a lot of mistimed shots, but they seem to have always, apart from that one, gone straight into the ground. You'd have expected there to be the opportunity of those sorts of dismissals, but they haven't materialised for either side really. As Ingram drives, it's bounding up towards Van Buren. He gets a hand on it to slow it down, and such is the shortness of that straight boundary towards the flats that it's only going to be a single, as it's fielded not actually that far in front of the advertising boards, as Singdale, I think it was, he mopped up eventually, just the single. 195 for 3.
Looking back, I can't immediately identify any catches in front of the wicket in the course of this game.
The only one was Van Buren charging down and was caught at long off to end Gloucestershire's innings as Taylor bowls, and that's let go by Carlson. But even that's not, you know, that's not the type of dismissal that you're talking about. It really is it?
No, he's holed out off Bashir, obviously keen to get on with things.
Back to 3 short mid-wickets.
Hey, funky fields, don't you just love them?
Well, there's nothing like putting a fielder just where the ball's been. Bancroft standing there. Taylor is in and bowls, and Carlson defends it. Surprise, surprise, out on the offside. And there is no run. I mean, Taylor bowled the ball that he was after, because there's just a hint of in movement, as much of the angle as anything else, from around the wicket, but Carlson was determined not to bring those leg side fielders into play. Unfortunately, that's so often the way when you do have these fields. 195 for 3.
Yeah, Gloucestershire may be lucky with the weather. The Met Office forecast says chance of precipitation is now down to 30% in the next few hours. BBC is still suggesting it could be up to 50%. So we'll see. It may well be that we don't actually lose much time to rain, but on the other hand, light may be an issue still, because we've had the floodlights on since midway through the morning session.
It's still hard to see the clouds ever really fully parting, even if we don't get the rain.
Singdale starting a new over from this pavilion end is in to bowl to Ingram, who is hurried slightly by that and defends it. Credit to this Gloucestershire principal quartet of seamers. Charlesworth's been the backup, but the main four seamers really haven't given Glamorgan too much to work with during the course of this match, which is as it should be, of course. And that's even with a seamer fewer than last week when DeLanger played as well. On his way is Singdale. Ingram tries to pull but misses. Through to diving Bracey.
He's done pretty well to stop that, given the speed that would have been travelling down the leg side. I think it bounced before it got to James Bracey. Van Buren warming up again at mid-off, so that sort of shows the likely thinking of Bancroft, as you suggested. Really, you would want both Singdale and Taylor to have some sort of a spell with the new ball, you'd think, so unlikely to be extended spells, these ones.
Singdale bowls, and again Ingram slightly hurried into a defensive push, plays out on the leg side to Charlesworth. The second 11 game between these two counties in Cardiff. Glamorgan 154 for 1. Ace of Tribe 65 not out. Tom Bevan, skipper for this game, 73 not out. It's a Glamorgan side with, I think, 8 players with first team experience. Gloucestershire probably with 4 or 5, I think. Stand open to be corrected, but featuring Cameron Green, though not expected to bowl. Singdale bowls. Ingram works it to backward square. There is a man at backward square, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, the hope as far as Cameron Green is concerned is that he will be able to bowl towards the end of his 5-match stay, which would be an exciting proposition if allowed, and you'd feel the special nature of the circumstances would mean that he would be quite likely to be allowed to bowl.
Singdale bowls. Ingram on the back foot, plays it into a gap on the leg side, on the offside, thinks about a single and decide against.
You know, I'm sure he'd love to get some overs in as much as Cricket Australia would like him to get some overs in if he is going to tune up and be ready for that World Test Championship final. So it's an unusual situation in that you've got somebody coming who's not played masses of cricket recently, so actually is coming to get cricket. Normally, especially Australian, would have come off a full Sheffield Shield season, and they'd probably be more wrapped in cotton wool ahead of a big match like that.
Singdale is into bowl. Ingram solidly defends it out on the offside. A maiden over passes by. Yes, Marnus Labuschagne, who was involved in the Sheffield Shield final, Queensland runners-up in the end. And last time I heard there was a possibility that Labuschagne might fit in a game or two at the end of May, potentially, or he wanted to anyway. I think Glamorgan would have been interested in having his services, and it'd be up to Cricket Australia, as you say, to give permission, yay or nay. After Colin Ingram's headed 4-leg buys, Neil Thornycroft says, brilliant header, can Ingram play up front for Newport County? Yeah, I thought it was a top-edged hook to start with, and it really flew away for 4.
Well, the move has been made immediately as far as Van Buren warming up is concerned, because he's bowling now around the wicket to Carlson, who turns this into the onside, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket. It does sort of have the impression of still being rather chilly work out there for Gloucestershire's fielders as this is run away towards backward point. Singdale gets across to field, just exactly what he needed after yet another spell of bowling. Some more work to do in the field. He stops it. Van Buren bowls, and this time Carlson is able to nudge it to the right-hand side of Singdale at backward point, and they take 1 out to Charlesworth in the deep on 96 for 3. He can't really have a break, particularly Singdale, because I'd imagine they would want him to be available for the second new ball, so he can't have too long off the field. Van Buren bowls, reverse sweep attempted by Ingram, and that loops off something well short and wide of slip, but a slightly out of character shot from Ingram, given what we've seen so far. Is that off his arm or off the glove? Anyway, it didn't go to hand. This is driven, and a thick outer part of the bat from Ingram will bring him 4. There's a lot of standing and staring from Gloucestershire fielders, but it's gone to the boundary, and it's brought up the 200 for the innings for Glamorgan. I mean, he did open the face on that a bit more than I thought live. It doesn't really matter what you call it, because it didn't go near to hand. Lead is 39. Van Buren again, and this is just tickled wide of slip. They'll take 1, and Ingram wants 2. They're going to come back for it. It's good running. Actor having to throw off balance. Every run is gratefully accepted. So Ingram on to 34, and signs in that over, as 7 runs have come from it, that whilst it wasn't all entirely sort of going fully on the attack, Ingram still picked up some runs by just manipulating the ball about, and possibly starting to look at Van Buren bowling as maybe an opportunity to start to build those runs up a bit more and get the scoreboard moving away from Gloucestershire a bit, as well as there's this period before the second new ball, although actually Singdale is not going to end his spell yet.
Well, Ingram knows that potential threat of the second new ball is on the horizon, and as you say, if you can just be a little bit more proactive and take advantage of the next 12 overs as Singdale bowls. Carlson jabs it nicely on the back foot through the offside. They're going to have to run for that. They don't run it particularly hard, and they just wander back for 2 as it's picked up by Hammond just inside the cover ropes. Good throw from him, dropping straight into Bracey's gloves. 39 to Carlson, 204 for 3. Later this week, Bristol off to face Kent, Glamorgan off to face Middlesex, so 2 away games in a row for Glamorgan.
We've got a long stop now, so maybe this is a sign that they really are going to just fully bang it in for an over.
That's an effort ball, certainly, but it's just back of a length outside off stump.
It did look quick, didn't it? I know he's been bowling quickly all match, but there seemed to be a difference between that one and some of his others. But again, it was more of a bluff in that it was fuller, and this field is really set for the short pitch bowling with that long stop, fine leg, deep square, leg gully, short-ish mid-wicket.
He's just moved a couple of steps towards a fine third man now. Singdale bowls, there's the short ball. Carlson pivots, smashes it away through backward square, and it's gone all the way for 6. Well, there was the trap set. Man out at fine leg, man out at deep square, man on the boundary at third man for the top edge, and Carlson bisected the two on the leg side.
That's probably why Gloucestershire haven't gone to this tactic before now, especially with the short boundary to that side, but there's always the danger that you're going to concede a fair number of runs doing this. But I think I can understand at this point, especially with the second new ball just round the corner, why they've thought, okay, at least give this a go for a little bit.
Yes, worth a go.
They need to prize a wicket out somehow.
Need to make things happen. 210 for 3 as Singdale bowls slightly short of a length. Carlson pulls it down to fine leg. There was some bat in there, and Glamorgan's lead is now 50 at 211 for 3. These two having come together when Glamorgan lost 2 wickets with the score on 122, and were in some difficulty at 11.25. At 2:20, the situation is somewhat better for Glamorgan, though still not out the woods with a lead of only 50. Singdale into bowl to Ingram. He pulls it round and will pick up 4 runs, likewise down to backward square. Ingram willing to take it on despite the fielders there. 1 in a leg gully position and 2 out on the boundary, but again Ingram managing to bring none of them into play. 2-1-5 for 3. The lead is 54 as Singdale into Ingram once more. 1 wide-ish slip fielder. That's a better delivery. Up on a good length, and Ingram defending it on off stump. 215 for 3. Carlson has 38. Carlson has 46. Ingram has 38. The lead is 54, and there are 11 overs to come until the new ball. As Glamorgan look to get on with things a bit, and Gloucestershire look to change things round and keep asking different questions until the new ball comes along.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to ask of somebody who's now got through 37 overs over the last couple of days and a bit, as this is defended by Carlson to start the new Van Buren over. And I think even those who say that county cricketers have it easy would have to admit that that's a pretty decent shift trying to bowl fast as Singdale is. Down the pitch comes Carlson, and
what's he doing?
He's just keeping himself occupied, seemingly. Might as well have just stayed there and defended it, but why not? Just skip down the pitch and defend it anyway. Van Buren bowls, and again a defensive shot into the offside. But after all those overs, with a old ball charging in and banging it in short every ball, it's not something that I would certainly be wanting to be doing. Carlson forcing this one off the back foot towards Dent at short extra. There's no run. Charlesworth is loosening up at deep cover point, so you might get a few overs of him shortly as Carlson turns it into the onside for no run.
I'm not sure how they can keep up this level of drama with little to justify it in the infield there.
Determined for Van Buren to bowl a maiden, and he will do so because Carlson can't beat extra cover again. So 215 for 3 the score remains. Charlesworth looks set to come into the attack from the pavilion end, and I'm almost not sure what's, well, I think I do know what's tougher, but it still can't be the easiest for Charlesworth, who had to wait an awfully long time to come into the attack, and then they got through 5 overs in the first innings. And he's bowled 3 overs this innings, but so long between spells. Probably got to get a lot of things loose that aren't loose, particularly from just standing around in the field.
As Charlesworth directs his field. Wants Van Buren somewhere in the deep point area by the look of it. There are 2 short mid-wickets for the left-handed Colin Ingram as Gloucestershire probe away. Changing bowlers, changing fields round, and Charlesworth lopes in and bowls, and Ingram drives quite a long way from the body on the offside. Fielded by Dent from cover, and there's no run. Still the floodlights beam down on the C2 Nick Stadium, and they brought in mid-morning and pretty much still needed, I think. I don't think we'd be on without them. But the shadows of the players are pretty imperceptible. So levels of light reasonable at the moment. Charlesworth bowls outside off stump. It's hammered by Ingram down to deep point. And they'll take a single and they'll go back for a second run. A little lapse in concentration from Gloucestershire there for an overthrow on offer.
Must admit, I was waiting to see exactly how high that full toss was. Again, it clearly wasn't over waist high, but it was a pretty high full toss.
Charlesworth bowls, better length, driven by Ingram very pleasantly indeed through the offside, and he doesn't even bother to run halfway down the pitch because he knew that was scorching over the turf on that shorter side of the ground towards the mound stand. I was having a wander around at lunchtime, and it is pretty short of maybe a 55-metre sort of boundary on that side away to our right towards the almost empty mound stand. Anyway, 4 more to Ingram, 221 for 3. Ingram drives again and will pick up 4 more straight of that one, just wide of Singh Dale, who stooped rather wearily but didn't get particularly near it at mid-off. That one's raced away for 4 more. And that brings up the century stand. Carlson has 46 of them, Ingram has 48 with that pair of boundaries. 225 for 3. The lead is 64. And there are 56 overs remaining of potential action.
That was a gust of wind.
Charlesworth in bowls. That's a better delivery that Ingram just drives up to actor at mid-on. Yeah, that gazebo down next to the sight screen really is flapping round at the moment.
Yeah, I was looking at the players' trousers flapping about even after the main blast had gone through.
It is now back to mid-April-ish typical weather as Ingram runs one down deliberately to third man off an angled bat. Goes through for the single, 11 off. Gloucestershire can't afford too many of those with the old ball really, because that'll get Glamorgan's batters developing momentum. They lead now by 65.
I think Ben Charlesworth has had some sort of bandaging on his finger for most of this match. It just dropped off and it's still sitting there a couple of pitches away. Umpire Ashraf just had a look at it and everyone's just stared at it for a bit and it's just going to stay there apparently. Anyway, Charlesworth doesn't seem to be too bothered about losing it as he's out at deep square leg. There's a short straight mid-on for Van Buren to Ingram, who drives past Van Buren and times it so well that he doesn't fancy a single to deep mid-off. There you go. Hit it softer. Runs for it then. He's on 49 is Ingram. Van Buren bowls and tap into the offside won't get Ingram to 50 there either.
He's just trying to steer that a bit further away from accurate cover, wasn't he?
Van Buren flatter, short ball, and that's help yourself. That was a fairly friendly delivery to get Ingram to his 50 really. Pulled it round the corner and gets to 50 with a boundary. 8 fours, 117 balls, and actually he's scored his last 20-25 runs pretty quickly, and has actually got to 50 in pretty decent time, just in general, and the lead moves up to 69, and it's 100 in the first innings and 50 in the second. Van Buren bowls and tries to get that one underneath the bat of Ingram.
Sorry, Mr. Bracey.
It might have hit his boot. It didn't.
Sounded pretty wooden from here. But he's closer. Thought it was toe first, possibly.
Worth a try as far as the delivery from Van Buren, but perhaps not the appeal. Ingram clips this one through backward square and takes another run. 231 for 3, the lead up to 70. And, well, I mean, this, say the new ball feels a bit like last chance saloon for Gloucestershire, but they probably need a wicket, maybe even 2 before that, as Van Buren dangles one outside Carlson's off stump and he's not playing a shot. So 231 for 3. 8 overs remaining. I mean, at this rate, because it's not as though now Glamorgan are just defending quietly for the second new ball. They're now trying to move things along, seeing an opportunity. So, you know, the lead is going to be over 100, you would think, before that second new ball's taken, and then still plenty of work to do, even if a couple of wickets still brings in the possibility of a clatter later on.
Charlesworth then round the wicket. Ingram driving back to the bowler fields well in his follow through. No run.
Encouragement for Neil again. Ben Charlesworth's nickname.
Oh right, I was wondering about that. Who the heck is Neil? And Charlesworth, light-haired, tall, and Ingram cuts at a wide ball and sends it down to third man. Had to reach for that. And the throw comes in over James Bracey, but this time is backed up efficiently. The mid-wickets wonder where they should be. One of them trots over to the leg side. The other, the skipper, changes into a cover by not moving very far. 232 for 3 as Charlesworth bowls, and Carlson plays it away down towards backward point. They'll amble through for a single. 233 for 3, and this pair are doing an excellent job at the moment of taking some of the sting out of this Gloucestershire attack, a tiring Gloucestershire attack, but with maybe one last blast each from the 4 main seamers as Charlesworth in bowls. Ingram noodles it away off his legs down to deep backward square. Again the single taken, and well, Charlesworth needs to be a little bit tighter than this to do the job for his side that they're asking him to, just to fill in 4 or 5 overs before the new ball. But as Ed said, it doesn't help if Glamorgan gets some momentum in their scoring rate. Carlson takes a single down to third man, just chopping it away, and a little bit of the intensity has maybe gone out of the Gloucestershire performance at the moment, with Glamorgan milking singles. I'm sure Bancroft, being a competitive Aussie, will try and put a rocket up their rears.
Well, I noticed Ollie Price doing some loosening, and I think possibly they do just need to resort to double spin, at least get through as quickly as possible now, possibly.
Charlesworth bowls, and Ingram drives off a thick inside edge down towards fine leg. Didn't really mean for to go that fine, I think, but it's a safe single. 5 singles taken off the over, and as you say, maybe Gloucestershire need to be asking different questions, but it might be Price taking over from Van Buren by the look of it at the Ashley Down Road end. 236 for 3, the lead 75.
I mean, it doesn't really feel, and it hasn't felt for a while, like a surface that you're going to get much out of unless you're bowling at a fair pace. It was Singdale and Actor doing the damage in Glamorgan's first innings, and well, Matt Taylor was unfortunate, but those of a lesser pace didn't find too much joy. And yeah, in the first innings, okay, Zane a couple of wickets, Van der Hoogten a couple of wickets, but the pitch you would imagine would have been a bit quicker at the start, although I'm not sure how much it was actually. Normally you'd have expected a Bristol pitch to be a little bit quicker on day one, but anyway, Ollie Price replacing Van Buren. So off spin from around the wickets, and Ingram inside edges that one onto his pad, and it dribbles out into the offside. We haven't even really had any at all convincing shouts for LBW, I don't think, this whole innings. Can't remember one. So when it's been straight, Glamorgan seem to have been able to keep it out. This is a back foot drive from Ingram. He'll take a single as Tom Price fields in the deep, 237 for 3. Quite a lot of bolds in the first innings. Gloucestershire don't have an LBW, and barring one shout from Tom Price, I'm not sure they've had any that have been particularly convincing, and certainly none at all in this innings. Still the determined pointing about, the attempt to conjure something up. Moved another fielder from the offside to the leg side, so there's now nobody behind a deep cover point on the offside as Price bowls, and they seem to be trying to force Ingram to Carlson, excuse me, to try and play some sort of a cut or square of the wicket on the offside shot against what turn there would be, but he was quite happy to oblige and picks up another single, 238 for 3, 77 runs ahead. As Price bowls very full and steered out into the offside. Somerset have lost an 8th wicket at Hove as Michal Pretorius is out for 59. As in goes Ollie Price, is a bit of an inner half of the bat there. There's a quick single taken as Van Buren hurls the ball to the non-striker's end. Ingram, I think, would have been home anyway. It was on the tighter end, that single. Possibly an unnecessary cause for alarm.
Not the sort you want for a 39-year-old who's batted most of the last couple of days.
239 for 3. Price to Carlson. There's a bit of bounce there. They're going up for caught behind. He's raised the finger. So there's the breakthrough. And once again, as has happened quite a lot this last couple of days, just as soon as you think it's about to go dead flat, Gloucestershire strike. Ollie Price, it was fairly wide, it was fairly short. Has he got even an under edge on that through to Bracey behind the stumps? I think it might have been the under edge rather than the top edge. Certainly looked like that from the replay. But Ollie Price has the 4th wicket. Glamorgan 239 for 4, lead of 78, but they have prized one out before that second new ball. Still 6 overs away, but that definitely falls into the category of bonus wicket. I think he did hit it, judging by his reaction. It was a bizarre dismissal, because yeah, I think it was the under edge. If it was an edge, you'd really expect to see a dismissal like that.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce. Ben Callaway is the new batter who made 21 in the first innings before having his off stump knocked back by Zaman Akhtar. So, yeah, cricket education for young Ben Callaway. Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten still to come. But the door just booted ajar again by Gloucestershire with the new ball to come, and they'll have a relatively new batter to aim at. And Charlesworth has been hooked after a slightly less than impressive over, and Graham Van Buren will switch ends to bowl probably 3 overs now from this pavilion end before the new ball is taken, and very much expect that to be taken straight away. And every time you think this match is drifting towards a draw, Gloucestershire just do something to keep their hopes alive. Van Buren to Ingram, who dead bats on the offside. If Ingram is out now, really, any time in the next hour, then Gloucestershire will fancy their chances of running through a few. As Ingram drives towards long on and eventually calls Callaway through for the single once he'd made sure that Bancroft wasn't going to field it at shortish mid-wicket. 240 for 4.
And the other thing that wicket should do is slow the advancing scoring rate. Ingram may not be able to be quite as free in those drives as he was being before that loss.
So only 79 runs ahead now, Glamorgan, with 6 wickets left. Gloucestershire did go through the middle order. A dose of salts yesterday as forward stretches the tall figure of Callaway to kill any spin. Encouragement from around the ground for Van Buren as Callaway gets a long way forward again, looking very careful. Nervous moments for the young man in the early stages of his championship career as he drives to mid-off, thinks about a single. Ingram rightly says no because he's hit it rather too hard. 240 for 4.
Seems to be roughly allowing the single now. People scattering.
As Van Buren bowls and Callaway hits it to Bancroft at cover. They don't have any possibility of a single. 240 for 4. 79 ahead. 79 for 4 effectively, with a maximum of 52 overs left in the match.
Yeah, so T fixed at 340. I would guess that we're not going to get any more than the 52 somehow. And just looking away to the right where the weather's coming from, it's still pretty steely grey. Ollie Price in round the wicket to Ingram, who drives down to long off and takes another run. 241 for 4. And Gloucestershire pretty happy seemingly to just get Ingram off strike and have a go at the new man. I don't think they've quite given up getting Colin Ingram out, but they possibly thought if they're going to get him, it may have to come with that second new ball. So cover comes up, mid-on comes up, deep square stays back, mid-off is still fairly deep. Price bowls, Callaway flicks this one firmly past Bancroft at short mid-wicket, but because mid-on has come up, they cannot get a single. I wonder what Callaway's going to play like in this situation. Has he been in? I'll come back to that as Price is already moving in again. Not much time to think. Well, there we go. That is how he's going to play. Comes down the pitch and smacks this one over long on for a massive 6.
Wowzer.
I was just about to ask, has he been in too many situations where he's had to block, and if, or at least, you know, this sort of situation, how does he tend to play?
Well, he didn't hang around too long in the second innings against Leicestershire, so you can't really tell much from that. And last season, his first couple of games were opening the batting, bizarrely.
There we go. That's certainly an expression of how he's intending to play, as he comes across his stumps and clips this one to backward square leg for no run. Ajit Singh Dale, there's no cap on there, does the fielding. 86 runs the lead. Ollie Price in and bowls, and Callaway carefully forward that time. Studied defence. The light just dropping in terms of the level a little again now as a darker bank of cloud comes over, and it's fine with the spinners bowling, and it'd probably be just about fine with the pacemen as well, but just dropping a bit again as the field drops back and allows Kellaway just to nudge a single towards square leg. And again, happy seemingly to bowl nearly all at Kellaway at this point, despite launching that 6, 248 for 4. 4 overs to go until the second new ball is available. 87 runs the lead. The umpire's having a bit of a chat. Surely that's not about the light at this point. Certainly haven't taken a reading anyway.
No words of caution to Bancroft along the lines of you'll have to keep the spinners on or anything like that at this moment. Spinners will operate for the next 4 overs anyway, almost certainly. Kieran Carlson, by the way, batted just over 2.5 hours, faced 107 balls, 4 fours and a 6 in his 49. Oh, that's kept a little bit low from Van Buren, and Kellaway deals with it well, playing it up to mid-on.
He really battled hard, Carlson, didn't he? Because his first few overs you wouldn't possibly have said he'd be out there for 2.5 hours.
Kellaway cuts and cuts straight to backward point, and there is no run.
Came out first ball, smacked him on the glove. Wasn't a great start to his innings.
Van Buren in, bowls. Kellaway drives on the bounce to Bancroft at cover. Had this been a boozy Friday night, he'd probably have hurled that one up into the air and got a few roars from the crowd. Mid-on is about halfway back as Kellaway defends that one, knocking it away on the leg side. After Kellaway went after Price, but Price tends to give a little bit more loop and a bit more air. Umpires are coming together.
It's
Looks
raining.
as though we're going to have a
they're going off.
rain break, and it's probably too early to take tea, so Gloucestershire will lose some time at least now, unless they're, it's raining quite hard. In fact, it's more than drizzle, and this will bring the covers on and further deplete the time that Gloucestershire have got to win this game in. So it's raining quite hard. The covers will be brought on, so even if it stops straight away, which it might do, we are going to lose a little bit of time, and maybe an over or two. Gloucestershire will hope it's no more than that. 50.2 overs remaining. Kellaway is 7 not out. Ingram is 61 not out. Glamorgan at 248 for 4. And the lead is 87 runs. As I keep saying, they're not out of the woods, but they'll be helped by a bit of rain.
Yep, and again, for Gloucestershire, I suppose, hope that kills. just taken a wicket, and on comes the rain. As we said, it's already actually lightening off pretty considerably, but the ground staff are going for a few more covers, which leads me to believe that they think this isn't going to be an absolutely immediate comeback on, and in fact, just as I said, it had lightened off a touch, it comes back down again. So we will just close down the mics for the time being, and however long the break is, I'm sure that's not going to be terminal, but it does look as though we're in for a little bit of a delay that Gloucestershire can ill afford with 50 overs left after that one in progress in theory. Glamorgan leading by 87 and 4 wickets down. We'll be back as soon as the cricket is back. The players are now making their way back out to the middle. A relatively short delay, short, sharp shower. And there are, on the board, still 50.2 overs remaining. We await to see whether that will be reduced at all. It wasn't yesterday when we had a delay due to bad light, but it's a different day, so especially, flippancy aside, it's the final day as well.
It's the last day of the match when things are sometimes different in terms of timing. Tee meant to be fixed at 3:40.
Return to the middle after that short 10-minute break for rain.
Yes.
It will be great for Beering to complete the over that was in progress when the players went off.
Right.
Yes, no announcement about a loss of overs.
Oh well.
Van Buren is going to bowl it.
Oh, okay. No, now we've got umpires waving towards the pavilion. Oh, right. They want the box of balls. Oh, my goodness. Well, there doesn't seem to be much of a hurry on here.
They've had 10 minutes to worry about the state of the ball. Obviously, a cup of tea was the main priority.
Perhaps it just hit something in the umpire's pocket or something, and
They've
scissors or something has taken a dack out of it.
Anyway, Callaway and Ingram leaning on their bats. There doesn't seem an awful lot of up and atom in the Gloucestershire ranks at the moment, given that they have just broken a stand a couple of overs ago.
No, the restart, it says 3 p.m. I mean, of course, they could have started before that, but at least
now
we're
3
going to
p.m. on my device.
Going to start when the restart was scheduled for. Maybe that's to make it easier in terms of the overs calculations as much as anything else. There are still some darker clouds moving over in the distance as well, so there's certainly no guarantee that this is going to be the last interruption.
Here is Van Buren then to bowl the 5th ball of this lengthy over. And Callaway is hit on the pad, but it's gone down the leg side and it's run away for 4 runs. Got a bit of a glance on it. There was an appeal for leg before, but Callaway is judged to have got bat to ball. Glamorgan won't care too much about that. That's the 250 up in the 77th over.
Yep, just flick it away.
Callaway into double figures on 11. 252 for 4. Lead 91. Callaway stretching forward. He's got a good long reach. Kills the ball in front of him. Picks it up. Gives it to Bracey. End of the over. Now we have lost 3 overs on the board. It's come up remaining 47. So 3 overs left. Lost with the rain break.
Just over 40 minutes left until a tea break. A reminder, 3 overs until the second new ball is available, and well, they broke that Carlson-Ingram partnership seemingly maybe just in the nick of time, but it's probably in the nick of time to have any sort of a hope rather than in the nick of time to really force their way through, but
given what happened yesterday in the first innings,
every time this game has seemed dead. Here's Ollie Price into Ingram. It's down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind, not out. It looked as though that was on the optimistic end of things. Maybe just brushed the pad. I imagine it must have. Well, there must have been some sort of a noise. I doubt they'd have just completely gone up for nothing. But it wasn't an appeal that ever. Yeah, I didn't imagine that was going to be the case. Never really looked as if it was going to convince the umpire. Ingram steers away into the offside for no run.
but does make you think if Ingram goes now, it it is game on to a certain extent.
Yeah.
91 for 5, 40 odd overs still left.
Price into Ingram, who rather decided that he was going to camp on that front foot quite early and then had to make a bit of an adjustment as there was a fraction of turn. This is looking like Ollie Price's best spell of the match so far. He bowls again. Ingram drives straight to extra cover and Bancroft does the fielding. Singdale already doing some re-warming up. Yet another spell beckons for him soon. Price bowls on leg stump, turned into the leg side, into the gap, and Van Buren will field. 1 run taken, 253 for 4. Field is still set fairly back for Kellaway with the last ball of the over coming. They have tended to try to bowl at Kellaway if they can. Price into him, full and wide and left by Ben Kellaway. You'd almost imagine, especially after he was charging down the pitch not so long ago, that in another situation he'd have been desperate to have a bit of a drive at that, but the discipline took over. The umpire, Baldwin that is, at the far end, I think maybe just briefly had a look at the light. And again, it's fine, you'd guess, for spin, but even just in the last few moments, as that thick cloud has made its way over, it's looking really rather gloomy again. And Gloucestershire need it to be okay to bowl seam because of that new ball in 2 overs' time.
Van Buren is bowling his left arm spin in shirt sleeves, surprisingly. Short sleeve shirt. And Ingram is watching that. It is apparently sunny in Cardiff, where Glamorgan seconds are going gangbusters against Gloucestershire seconds. 244 for 1. Hundreds for both Asa Tribe and Tom Bevan as Ingram tries to cut and misses. So, well, coaches always want second 11 batters scoring runs, put the pressure on as Kellaway defends out on the offside, and there is no run, but Glamorgan's openers with the first century stand for some time have probably taken the pressure off there as Ingram glances one away towards short third man. There's a diving stop.
Matt Taylor there. Seemed to be enjoyed by several.
253 for 4, no run. Van Buren bowls, floats it up. Ingram drives into the offside. There is a sweeper out in front of the not at all raucous mound stand, and single is taken. There's a couple of people walking round. There's a couple somewhere in the middle of the mound stand, and that might be it. As forward comes Kellaway, long stretching, and the umpires are coming together once more at the end of the over. Is this rain or light? Can't see any sign of...
It is raining.
There's a bit of rain against the dark background, which is the easiest place to pick it up. It may just be passing few drops.
They're going to give it a few more minutes. Well,
I think if I were the batters, I'd be heading off.
It doesn't seem to be any particular sort of... Oh, no, they're going off, yeah. I sort of thought we were going in that general direction because Gloucestershire were not charging to start the over, and I think they rather saw what was coming as well. I don't think it's raining quite as hard as it was before, but again, they were able slightly, I suppose, to preempt some of the heavier rain when we went off before. So just gradually the number of overs that Gloucestershire have to bowl Glamorgan out are just being whittled away here, and even if it's...
Tea is being taken.
Right.
So we might not lose any overs because of this particular.
Two will be taken at 3:10.
We'll
Oh, hang
see.
on, 3:07.
So they might lose one
Yeah.
because of the 3 minutes, and then, well, 2 minutes and a bit. They might lose one over, but these showers seem to be coming with more frequency, so we'll see. And then, of course, there's the light issue, which I would say already is close to being an issue anyway to bowl seam. And then, of course, as we've been saying, it's not just the fact that Gloucestershire need to bowl seam, it's that the light needs to be okay for Glamorgan to have to bowl when it comes to Gloucestershire chasing anything down. There's still plenty happening elsewhere around the country, though, of course. Every ball of every county championship game available on the BBC Sport website and via the Sport app. There's some exciting cricket to be had in most places, still going around the country. Warwickshire and Durham, that looks like a really exciting finish up at Chestley Street, with Warwickshire 173 for 5, requiring 166 to win. But a good partnership has formed between Ed Barnard and Kai Smith, so that could go either way. Nottinghamshire and Essex seems to be heading well towards a draw. Nottinghamshire didn't seem to have any particular inclination to set something up there. Hampshire still very much battling against Surrey, with Gubbins 77 and Albert 34. They've been together for a while. Need 201 to win, but 4 wickets down. Somerset are down to their last wicket at Hove, where Lewis Gregory is still there on 50, but Jack Leach, can Jack Leach be the hero from number 11 again?
He's got form.
He does have form. That's rather a long time to bat. Lancashire 282 for 5. They have just about moved into the lead against Northamptonshire, with Bohannon still there on 147 not out. He's faced 326 balls, joined now by Luke Wells, who's not a bad number 7. Leicestershire and Derbyshire 155 for 3. Derbyshire's score draw very much favourite there. Well, I've just been doing those scores, actually. Thank you, Ian.
Oh dear,
I'm going to
you
turn
could have left Mr. Randall to inform
bye,
the
Mr.
nation
Randall.
as well.
Anyway, it's tea time. Glamorgan are 254 for 4. They lead by 93 runs, and thanks to these couple of showers especially, but also some defiant batting from Colin Ingram in particular, the draw is very much favourite here. We will be back not before 20 to 4. No, not before 3:30. Get that right. It's 20 minutes for the...
We'll tell you at 3:30 whether anything's happening or
Right.
not. There we are. How about that?
Yeah, all right. Let's keep it informal. Bye-bye.
309 for 9, 286 short of beating Sussex. Those matches in the first division. In the second division, the other 2 games are at Old Trafford and at Leicester. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 283 for 5 in their second innings. Following on, they lead Northants by 15. And at Grace Road, Derbyshire 155 for 3 against Leicestershire. They still need 294 more to potentially win that one. Speaking of Leicestershire, there are next opponents here at the Seat Unique Stadium starting on Friday the 25th of April. Tickets obviously available online ahead of the day, if that's the way you wish to buy them. Also a company board, of course, on the gate.
Well, welcome back after tea from Bristol, where it looks as though we are going to have a resumption in a few minutes' time with the covers being removed from the ground, but it is slightly delayed start after the tea interval.
Ladies and gentlemen, the umpires have just asked the ground staff to take the rope round the outfield before removing the colours and then hopefully getting underway at 3:40 or as close to that as possible. There'll be one further over to be removed from the day's allocation after the delay following tea. In the field at the start of this post-tee session, the Gloucestershire side led by Cameron Bancroft, number 1, and resuming for Glamorgan, their 5th wicket pair of number 41 Colin Ingram and number 8 Ben Kellaway.
Welcome back to Bristol, where we have just, well, gone out preparing to resume play. The heavens are not exactly opening, but it is now raining. There are 44 overs due still to be bowled today. Somehow, despite all that, we've only lost 1 over, apparently, from the allocation, and we are now resuming play in drizzle as Ollie Price bowls to Colin Ingram, who drives a single through the covers, and the score for Glamorgan advances to 255 for 4. Ingram has 64, Kellaway has 11. The lead is now just 6 shy of 100. The light's not great, it's probably not going to get any better, but we play on. Ollie Price bowling to Kellaway, drives handsomely through extra cover. Charlesworth is in pursuit from round the boundary and tips it back in. It's a smart piece of fielding, and 2 runs are taken, and it's 257 for 4. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb still with you. We're obliged to bring you every ball of every game, and we're not going to stop now. It is a lead of 96 with that couple of runs as Price is in and Kellaway forward defends. Were it not for the rain and the light issues, you'd probably still feel that Gloucestershire would have to take these 6 Glamorgan wickets in about 20 overs of the allocation, taking everything else out of the equation as this is pushed away to backward point. The new ball is available after this over, and probably, judging by the last few days, just about Gloucestershire will for now be allowed to bowl seam as Price is into Kellaway, who again forward defends. Singdale is at least loosening up. In another situation you might have said hopefully, but I'm not sure how much hope he has at this point. Price in, and there's a bit of bounce, and Kellaway just had to be a little bit mindful of that because he was winding up for the big cut shot, and Kieran Carlson was out cutting to Ollie Price for 49 just before the first interruption, and so he rather checked his ambitions. There's no run to backward point. 257 for 4. The second new ball is available. The umpires are on the walkie-talkie.
They're on the light meter.
Light meter's coming out. Oh dear, this is all a bit unsatisfactory, isn't it?
It's all sort of on the borders of playability, isn't it? Young Welsh snooker star apparently is just knocked in a second 147 maximum in the same match.
Gosh.
Which must be some sort of record. Meanwhile, in the second 11 game, Glamorgan 294 for 1 against Gloucestershire in Cardiff.
Oh.
With Tom Bevan and Asa Tribe both in the 130s.
Does that settle the draw then?
So with 80 overs gone, the second new ball is available to Gloucestershire. They've taken it immediately from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 39, Ajit Singdale.
So Singdale under the Bristol lights with the new ball at 257 for 4. But the light must be on the verge of playability, and Gloucestershire will be hoping that those shadows do not appear around the figures on the field. 257 for 4. 96 ahead, 40 overs remain in the match. 2 will definitely be taken off now because we've had the tea interval. So effectively 38 overs for Gloucestershire to win this game, as Ingram says not on my watch you won't, and defends the first ball with the new ball out into the offside. So Ed was just having a little crowd count. Apparently we're informed by reliable sources that there are quite a few packing the cafe down beneath us who've got good sense to stay indoors, but the number of outdoor spectators is possibly fewer than the number of players on the field.
I've got 22 actually on my current count of people I can see.
Level with the number of players in the match then. As Singdale bowls and Ingram plays it away to backward point and goes through for a single. 2-5-8 for 4.
I reckon there's got to be about 30 people who are standing outside, just total. There's probably a few I can't see. So I think, understandably, on a Monday, on a grey, cold, damp, late afternoon, I think the dying hopes of Gloucestershire supporters have clearly faded away, or if they haven't given up hope, they've decided to take up other means of following the game.
Listening to us?
Perhaps.
What better? As Callaway is forward defending. If you weren't with us earlier, Callaway got off the mark with a 6, smashing Ollie Price over long on. As Glamorgan sought to get on with it a little bit in the final overs with the old ball and extend their lead, which now stands at 97. Were we to get a double hat-trick, we're not really in the territory yet of a frantic run chase, as Singdale is on his way. Bowls, that's taken off a bit and beaten Callaway outside off stump, and he's saying to Colin Ingram, I think, gloves, hands apart. How on earth am I meant to play that?
Probably roughly, as he did actually. Really nothing
Missing
more.
it.
Yeah, nothing more than he could have done. He didn't really have time to push any harder at it anyway, and just ended up shadowing a sort of a defensive shot. But actually, he's played that pretty well by not getting close to it.
As Singdale is into bowl, Callaway is very close to that because he's messed it off the middle of the bat and played it back to the bowler. 97 the lead. Once that gets into 3 figures, that's another little psychological barrier crossed by Glamorgan. And well, it hasn't been a great performance with the ball, but they've had a reasonable go after the first day, basically, Glamorgan. As Callaway turns that one away pleasantly enough on the leg side, but there is a fielder at deep square, so it's just the single off the last ball. Callaway retains the strike. He's on 14, and Glamorgan are 259 for 4, leading by 98. 39 overs maximum remaining in the match, so Gloucestershire would have to score 3 and over if they get everyone out in the next 10 minutes.
Well, I think what you'd also say about Glamorgan's batting performances is that Gloucestershire have more or less, with a couple of exceptions, but then you're sort of always going to get that. But for the most part, Gloucestershire really have had to prize Glamorgan wickets out, even in the instance where Glamorgan in the first innings lost 3 wickets in 3 overs. Cook and Ingram were got out to really beautiful deliveries. There's not been many who've given their wickets away. Matt Taylor to take the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end, and Callaway clunks that one defensively into the offside. A brand shiny new ball. Probably there would be some hoping that if there were to be light and rain interrupting, this ball might actually be quite cherished, because it's quite rare that you have the opportunity to have a, this year's game used fresh new ball to be used for future occasions. Taylor into Kellaway, who defends into the onside. Mid-on does the fielding. Zaman Akhtar, who's only bowled 7 overs in this second innings, so not seen a huge amount of him. He didn't bowl masses up at Derby either. I'm wondering whether to start second guessing, for example, about what Gloucestershire's plans are for the next game at Canterbury. Marchant de Lange is, of course, due back. Expecting to see him there. Taylor in and bowls, and Kellaway turns this into the onside, beats the sprawling mid-wicket Chris Dent, and that's another run to the total. The lead moves up to 99. Yes, Kellaway onto 15.
Amir Evans, good afternoon to you. Hope you've had time for the cup of tea and nice cake you were looking forward to, and you're upset by Carlson's dismissal earlier on. Looking at the second 11 scorecard, he says, if I were Billy Root, I'd be driving to be Cardiff now to be next in. Yeah, Root is meant to take part in days 2 and 3 of that friendly second 11 match. Steve West urging tongue-in-cheek a Glamorgan declaration. 10 to 5 will do for that, Steve.
Taylor into Ingram, who's forward hoping for a single, and there won't be one there. Hammond fields at point. So whether Akhtar's more limited usage this time is just due to the body, or whether Gloucestershire are thinking a little bit about next week as well. They schedule 5 matches in a row to start the 2025 season.
5 in a row you've got?
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh. Glamorgan play 3 before the break.
Taylor to Ingram. He bowls, and Ingram opens the face of the bat and takes one as he finds the gap between backward point and gully. 261 for 4, so the lead is now at 100.
At Hove, Sussex have defeated Somerset by 260 runs. Somerset managed 334 all out with a bit of tail end resistance from Gregory and Leach, but Sussex finally post, as their social media says, our first win in Division 1 for 10 years. Good old Sussex by the Sea.
Oh, congratulations to Sussex. They secured promotion on this ground last year as Taylor bowls to Kellaway, and that is a defensive shot which Van Buren fields at mid-off. 2 runs from the over, 261 for 4, and it felt as though really, Sussex, of course, they deserve promotion. They won second division. It sounds obvious to say, but you feel they deserved it for how they went about rebuilding things after they lost all those players in pretty quick succession. They didn't just go searching around from elsewhere. They had a really sizable group of young players, and then when they'd had a bit of cricket, then they've moved to the likes of John Simpson just to come in and supplement them, and overseas players and the like, and it's been a fantastic building job from them.
Singdale bowls, Ingram defends, Singdale fields in his follow-through. Yes, they've got the balance right, haven't they? At some points they've had, 8 or so under 25s of reasonably local production in their side. Now with the Aussie batter Daniel Hughes and the West Indies quick at the moment, Jayden Seales, and as you say, Simpson having a tremendous late career renaissance after moving from Middlesex. It's been a good mixture. Glamorgan will only see them in the T20. As that's turned away on the leg side, Ingram's won the first one hard to put pressure on the fielder, but decides he won't risk dashing back for the second because it's been well fielded and returned. 262 for 4. The lead is 101.
Is it obligatory, do you think, for Gloucestershire and Glamorgan to be in the same group in the One-Day Cup? Because it seems to have been the case every year that it's been in its current form. And I haven't actually totted up, combined over men's and women's, the number of different fixtures between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. I suppose we could count even the second 11s and all that. Goodness knows how many times these two counties will meet this season.
Singdale bowls. Callaway leaves. A ball that was probably on about 4th or 5th stump through to Bracey. Well, it saves the planet, doesn't it? Cuts down on travel axes.
So nobody's going to complain about it, but
in the case of this game, it cuts down on the BBC hotel expenses as well for myself.
But they've been drawn against each other, for example, in the County Cup, which we mentioned. So there's another fixture, May the 5th, in that knockout trophy for the women.
Singdale in bowls. Callaway cuts and will get runs here. It's been well parried on the third man boundary, but they'll come back for a second run. As playing that one deliberately wide of the slips, and a good sprawling stop from third man in the far distance.
There's a man actor who was fielding that one. I must say, whoever that would have been, I think my money was on the ball as it went down there. I believe it is now drizzling again. Fine drizzle. Umpires staring at each other. Carry on.
Singdale is in bowls. Callaway leaves close-ish to off stump, but through to Bracey as umpire Ashraf just prods suspiciously with his boot at Singdale's landing area. There's a quick glance across to umpire Baldwin, and maybe another shower would put this match, well, it's not quite out of its misery, because Gloucestershire still maintaining faint hopes and bowling their frontline bowlers. 264 for 4. Singdale bowls. That one's come back a long way, and Bracey has to move to his left to take it going down leg side. As another over ticks by. The lead is 103, 37 overs remaining. Callaway's off stump is still in the ground, despite the prodigious movement there from Singdale, but it's getting a little bit drifting, tokenistic efforts. They're still trying, but you get the feeling their hearts are not entirely in it.
Yeah, it's that Carlson breakthrough maybe just coming a few overs too late as far as really keeping the high intensity up. Taylor into Ingram, who steers defensively to backward point. No real such dangers of things fizzling out quite yet at Old Trafford, where Josh Bohannon has finally been removed for 155 and Lancashire 303 for 6, only leading by 35 runs. So Northamptonshire 4 wickets and then chase whatever Lancashire set them. That match is at tea, but presumably very soon to be resumed. Taylor into Ingram, who works that one into the leg side. Picks up 1 with Tom Price across from mid-on. 265 for 4. Haven't seen too much of Tom Price really today either. 10 overs he's bowled for the innings, but he also bowled I think 3 or 4 overs I think it was last night of this innings. So again, possibly wanted to keep him for Canterbury possibly. Taylor is in and Callaway just plays that one straight into the ground, and that'll scuff up that new ball a bit immediately on the edge of the pitch. It's been pretty dry, it's been pretty unforgiving, as far as the bowlers are concerned. Hasn't always been the easiest, though, to be particularly fluent with the bat either. As we've mentioned, the 3 centurions from the match, Colin Ingram, Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price, probably all of them would say perhaps not my most fluent innings, as that's squeezed off a thick outside edge by Kellaway down to Ajit Singh Dale at deep third. They'll get 1. But again, it sort of had the visual of a ball that might have brought the slips into play, but so often when the ball's just been pitched up that bit more, it hasn't got anywhere near the slip cordon. And I know there's been, even from up here, a bit of questioning of numbers of slips, but again you see that and you think, well, there's not much going. Taylor bowls, Ingram crunches this off the back foot through extra cover, and there's a sweeper on the offside. There'll be 1 more run. 267 for 4, lead up to 106. All right, I'm going to have a go at it, counting the number. So there's 2 championship fixtures. There's 1 in each of the men's and women's one-day cups. There's 2 in the men's blast. That's up to 6. Taylor round the wicket, bowls full and wide, and Kellaway strokes this away through extra cover, and that will be just a chase to the boundary for mid-off. 4 more to Kellaway. He's on to 22, 271 for 4. Very full, very wide from Taylor, and Kellaway had to reach quite a bit for that, but he's got a sizable enough stride on him, able to put it away. Lead moves to 110. Women's T20, we've got just the 1 fixture. I think it's just home, or is it home and away in the women's T20 blast? I should have checked that before. It is, well, there's definitely a fixture here, I can tell you that much. Yeah, I think it's just the 1. So that's 7. County Cup up to 8. So I've got 8 fixtures.
Singh Dale is in to bowl, keeps a bit low. Ingram defends on the leg side. The bowler dashes with commendable enthusiasm down the pitch to prevent them nicking a single. A very firm hand shown by Colin Ingram. Stay there, young man, to Ben Kellaway. 271 for 4. Lead is 110. And Gloucestershire really need 3 or 4 wickets before we get to 10 to 5. Otherwise we are going to be in declaration territory and the team's knocking it on the head. Singh Dale speeding in again, bowls. Ingram works it away down towards backward square. There might be 2 runs there. No, he's been out there quite a lot in the last few days as Colin Ingram.
I'm sure Gloucestershire would be quite happy for him to have a bit of a rest. Or would have been for quite a while.
Yeah, he's batted for over 3 hours now in this first inning, in the second innings. In the first innings he spent just 8 minutes short of 4 hours at the crease for his 103. So this is a slower strike rate in this second knock as Singh Dale bowls and Kellaway defends. First innings he went at fairly sedate 59 runs per 100 balls. This innings he's on 46 runs per 100 balls at the moment, which is in line with the demands of the situation. When Glamorgan were 3 down at 11:25 this morning, it looked as though Gloucestershire would be able to boot open the door, but Carlson and Ingram hanging around for 2.5 hours. Carlson went for 49, but Kellaway has been solid enough so far. Singh Dale trying to change that. Oh, he's beaten them all ends up with a fine delivery that went through outside off stump, but luckily for Kellaway did not take the edge.
It's been a remarkable effort from Ajit Singh Dale. I mean, to extract that amount out of this benign surface on a final day and be in your now, I make it 40th over of the last 2 days plus a couple of sessions.
Singdale is in, and Callaway is defending to backward point. No run. Yes, there'll be a few tired bodies in that Gloucestershire side. The maybe be a few heading home for hot baths rather than risking ice baths. But certainly something to soothe the aching limbs. Goodman, tall replacement fielder, is at mid-off at the moment, so someone's got their feet up early. 272 for 4. Singdale bowls, Callaway drives into the covers. There were initial shouts of catch, it wasn't entirely under control, but it will dribble towards the boundary. Has Hammond saved that one or not?
I think he did. No, he didn't. I think he's just signalled 4, hasn't he? Oh, I don't know.
That was bizarre because he slid over the boundary. He had knocked the ball back, but then the ball dribbled towards the ropes.
And then he was almost lying down asleep as he,
and then
as he tapped the ball back in. Perhaps he wasn't. It looked for a while as though he was waving his arms about to signal 4, but perhaps he was just... I don't know what he was doing. I have no idea what he's doing now either. Oh, yeah.
The funky gibbon?
Something like that.
Alfred,
or the robot or something.
The Alfred the funky gibbon. 275 for 4.
Taylor bowling to Callaway, and there's no run out into the offside. I'm not sure that Glamorgan would care deeply, even if it had gone for 4. I don't imagine that it's a situation quite similar to that match at Cheltenham last year, where Marchant de Lange very sportingly and completely out of our sight said that the ball had actually gone for 4 when he tipped it back in. Had obviously been in contact with the rope. Weren't much needed at that point. Callaway drives, that's a sweet shot. Goes straight of mid-off, and that's a really good looking straight drive, which Callaway moves up to 29 with. And Taylor, again, not much wrong with that ball, but Callaway has just put it away with seeming ease. Again, I suppose it's the difference between really charging in and expecting to take wickets and what it is at this point, really, which is, well, it's the new ball, so we probably should continue to bowl our opening bowlers, but we know the game's gone, really. Taylor left arm over to Callaway, and Callaway works that one off the hip through square leg. Naeem Ashraf ambles out of the way of it, and Hammond lobs a looping throw into the gloves of James Bracey. It's 280 for 4. And, well, it's another, I'm afraid, final day at Bristol that is, in the end, moving towards a pretty gentle conclusion.
Have you got a tape loop saying that?
Yes, does seem to happen rather a lot. Taylor in, and Ingram steers this one down to Goodman at deep third, single taken. I suppose Goodman may be somebody that comes into the equation for match 3, with Matt Taylor and Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale all having played back-to-back games. We haven't seen Dom Goodman in first class action yet this season. 14 wickets at 34 last year as Taylor bowls. Callaway, brief think about playing, but then leaves. So a pretty good season for Dom Goodman. I mean, you know, well, even just taking this match into account, you can see that bowling averages, when you bowl half your games at Bristol, need to be taken with a bit of a pinch of salt.
Yes, a bit of an asterisk. And the overall national averages, half of them at Bristol, knock off 5 runs per wicket at least.
Round the wicket goes Taylor and bowls to Kellaway. He plays that one down towards his feet, and there's no run. 6 overs have gone with the new ball. Gloucestershire have yet to produce a breakthrough, but they are still going to continue with Singh Dale for now. 281 for 4. Josh Shaw also somebody who's you'd have thought would come into the reckoning at some point. I'd imagine that a fair bit of his focus this season might be on the blast, where he had his considerable success last season. You still sort of guess that in an ideal world Gloucestershire would go into the first game of the blast, which is still a way away, but he would like to have Messrs Payne, Taylor, M and Shaw as their 3 main seamers available for that. Bit of planning around that, possibly.
Here is Singh Dale in to bowl, keeps low, well defended by Ingram. Singh Dale, of course, was the bowler in that dramatic last over at Cheltenham last year, and this is marginally less dramatic.
Just a bit.
1 run away from a world record first-class chase. Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, claiming the final wicket off the final ball of the final day.
I mean, thank goodness that it wasn't just a dot ball as well, because then it would just have gone down as a draw.
As Singh Dale is in to bowl, that's come back a long way. Singh Dale has his arms in the air, pondering on the unfairness of life as a professional cricketer and as a fast bowler in particular.
Gosh, I think that's gone over the top of the stumps, hasn't it, in the end? It's come back that far, sort of over middle and off, maybe even middle.
Wow. That was 85-mile-an-hour leg break, wasn't it, from Singh Dale, albeit bowling to a left-hander. Well, he's bowled well. 281 for 4. The lead is 120. And Gloucestershire would only have about 30 overs left if they would take all these wickets in a heap. Singh Dale bowls, Ingram drives. Fielded at mid-off by the ever-busy Van Buren, and there's no run. Well, I think we're pretty much moving into 10-5 handshake territory, whether Gloucestershire in a minute decide to give some of their casual bowlers a chance to turn the arm over.
Yes, it is exactly. There's only one bowler that comes to mind when it comes to those sorts of situations. Miles Hammond. Are we going to get that piece of magnificence?
Ingram drives through the covers, a diving attempt by the veteran Chris Dent, but couldn't get a hand on it, and Ingram has smacked another boundary. He moves on to 75. Well, he's getting into the territory where he might think of trying to get to 100 by 10-5.
Yep, and that would certainly be deserved for the work that he's done in terms of providing that obstacle for Gloucestershire, coming in a really tricky position this morning.
Oh, he's hit on the pad there. There's an appeal for LBW, a token appeal for LBW, and they'll jog through for a leg by as the ball bounced down into the gully. And the score ticks on to 286 for 4. Last ball of the Singdale over. Dent a leap over the cut strip as he moves from field from cover for the left-hander, cover for the right-hander, 50 metres away. Singdale bowls, Callaway drives, get a thick outside half of the bat on it. It's squirted to point. There's no run. 286 for 4. Lead is 125 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Gloucestershire and Glamorgan websites. 33 overs remain in the match. Just depends how greedy these two batters are to try and potentially get on with things and reach landmarks. Callaway's first-class best is 36, actually, so that's potentially a couple of shots away, but I think Glamorgan would be happy to get off if they're offered the opportunity. The umpire talking to Cameron Bancroft. Are we into territory where they have to bowl spin, do you think?
They certainly do seem to be bowling spin anyway. Ollie Price is peeling off one sweater anyway, the cable knit sweater, but I think he might still have another sweater on. Certainly at least one extra layer there.
Yeah, this is only the 8th over with this new ball, so I suspect this might be on instruction from the umpires, but we'll see whether Van Buren or indeed Hammond bowls at the pavilion end.
Hammond would be the bowler at about 4:45. Ollie Price round the wicket, driving Ingram through extra cover, work to do round the boundary, and it's completed by Tom Price. 1 run is added, 287 for 4. There's a really exciting finish in prospect at Chesterley Street, where Warwickshire are now 238 for 6, needing 101 to win. They've just lost Kai Smith for 62, but Mr. One Day Cup is still there on 76, Ed Barnard. And Michael Booth, who scored 58 not out in the first innings, has just joined him, so that match certainly could go either way, or either of several ways. Short straight mid-on, short mid-wicket, slip, Ollie Price in, down the leg side, and it turns, but very slowly, and rests gently into the gloves of James Bracey, moving down the leg side. That possibly looks like the best finish for now. In the other games, Price in. Oh, there's some bounce there. Loops up off potentially glove and goes towards Singdale at short fine leg. That really did pop up. Callaway had gone well forward, and then some trampoline bounce caused the ball to pop up in the air. That one, of course, doesn't. And Price is thinking, well, he just missed that, but he didn't. Again, it's played round the corner. Leicestershire, Derbyshire heading to a draw. Nottinghamshire, Essex also heading to a draw. Ollie Price bowls. This is played into the ground where a short leg would be. There is no run. Hampshire and Surrey's an interesting one, because Hampshire is still only 4 down. Nick Gubbins has brought up 100. Toby Albert has passed 50. They need 152 to win. As there's an inside edge, oh, just passes the leg stump from Callaway. Well, possibly too little too late anyway, but as far as Callaway is concerned, he doesn't want to just get out at this point. That, oh, wow, that's only just missed leg stump. There's another chat between the umpires at the end of this over. I sort of get the impression it's pretty close to the put us out of our misery please umps stage, but no, they walk away from each other.
Dent is looking interested. It's polishing. He's in the vicinity.
Would be known to have a go, although it's going to be Van Buren. I don't mean to say that disappointedly, but I just wonder what Dent would bowl, because he was bowling left-arm swingers at one stage.
All right.
But I think he bowled 1 over last year, and I think he went back to bowling his slow left-armers. But perhaps Gloucestershire have decided it's a little bit too early for that, so I'm going to give Van Buren more overs, which I don't know. I'm sure outwardly he's very enthusiastic about, but I'm not sure if he's particularly desperate to bowl more than the 18 overs that he's already sent down in this innings.
Here is Van Buren then, off a minimal run-up, and Ingram drives on the onside. There's no run. There's none of the intensity of the field setting that there was earlier with several players on the drive at one time. Ingram is forward to a ball outside off stump, blocks it into the offside. Van Buren picks it up. I mean, he doesn't run very far, does he? It's barely a run, so he can't claim him. He's being exhausted in the same way as Singdale, for example. Floated, driven down the ground by Ingram for a single. Up to long on.
No, it's more the shoulder and back issues that Van Buren's had. Oh,
Rain.
Wave to the ground staff.
Rain has intervened again, and possibly for the last time, with Glamorgan 288 for 4 in their second innings. Ingram is 77 not out. Callaway is 30 not out. The lead is 127, and with 31.3 overs remaining, technically we are going to lose at least a couple, you would have thought. And maybe if Gloucestershire aren't too keen to get back out there, the umpires might be persuaded that the light, even if it stops raining, the light is not good enough to play.
No, I'd imagine that it's not good enough to bowl anything other than spin at this point. Of course, the shower may well pass through, but I have a feeling with, 25 minutes to go from this point to the point where they could shake hands, you're looking at least a 10-minute delay, whatever happens. I would imagine this is the point where the ground staff will just decide to put just about every cover they can reach on on the pitch, partly because it lessens what they've got to do later on, perhaps, but they're certainly not just stopping at the tractor-driven wheelie covers. Yeah, there's immediately run-up sheets coming along, and in fact, I think it's raining probably as heavily as it's rained throughout the day. This is some pretty serious stuff. So, with Glamorgan having picked up 5 bonus points, they'll take 8 more for the draw. Gloucestershire 7, so 15-13 will be the outputs for the home and away sides respectively from this game, assuming that we don't get back on. For Gloucestershire, it's been a rather more encouraging performance though than their first round at Derby. They've batted with application and got serious top order runs. Cameron Bancroft has had the immediate impact that Gloucestershire would have hoped that he would have had, not just as captain, but with his arrival in general. 163 for him in the first innings. Ollie Price ably accompanying him along most of the way with his 101. Some time at the crease for just about everybody in that Gloucestershire first innings. They've run in and tried to extract as much as they could out of the flat Bristol surface. Zaman Akhtar 5 for 85 in the replies. Singdale 3 for 61, and in the second innings 1 for 62. But goodness, he really did bowl well, especially in that first innings. It was a much more disciplined bowling performance from Gloucestershire overall, and certainly something that they can take forward. It figures to be a pretty different game at Canterbury next week, with Kent seemingly preparing some quite seamer-friendly surfaces. Gloucestershire might quite fancy that after this game. It remains to be seen what happens with their side. Of course, there's definitely going to be one change, because a certain Mr. Cameron Green is already playing in the second 11 game and figures to come straight into the side for that match. That should be really exciting to watch. One of the world's premier all-rounders, albeit he won't be bowling yet, in action for that one. And perhaps fitness determining what other changes might be made. There's definitely going to be, you'd imagine, one change to the bowling attack with Marchant de Lange coming back as well. So that's the outlook for Gloucestershire. Next match in Glamorgan, heading to Lords.
Indeed, the scene of that memorable opening to last season. 600 plays 600 and Sam North East's ground record, albeit the match did go pretty flat as Middlesex declined to declare in arrears in an attempt to make a game of it. As far as the Glamorgan selection is concerned, obviously they'll be hoping for a better performance from whatever bowling unit they put out there. Andy Gorvin, who was rested for this game, you would expect to come back in. They'd hope for better things from Fernando and from Bashir if his three-match loan concludes as scheduled. Gorvin's available, played well in the first match. Dan Douthwaite may well be available if he comes through this second 11 game unscathed as well. Crane and Harris still out. McIlroy may bowl himself back into contention. But it's the batters that are doing well for the seconds at the moment, with Tribe on 163 not out, Bevan on 147 not out, and you would have thought that Tribe might have an argument for putting himself in the mix, but on the other hand, Glamorgan's openers have just put together a first century stand for quite a while, so Byram and Ul Hassan certainly would expect to retain their places. Maybe no changes yet, but competition is always good. What is not good for prospects of cricket is all four sides of the wicket being covered with sheeting, and I think that that is going to be that as far as the action is concerned here in Bristol. So our thanks to David Payne and to Melissa Story for their interventions and their help with commentary. But thank you very much to Ed for hosting. It seems, though, that this will be the end of proceedings here in this drawn game.
Yep, indeed. Thanks very much, Nick. It's been an enjoyable few days, always is, and as we've been outlining, I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of each other this season. Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, with many more fixtures to come. Reverse fixture in Cardiff in late June. From my point of view, the usual thanks to James Healy for operating the cameras on the stream and providing information as and when necessary. And thank you very much for listening over the course of the 4 days. If there is any more cricket to bring you, of course, we will bring it to you, but with 20 minutes before the time that they can shake hands and still rain falling from the sky, we will take our leave and be back, if not for more cricket, when our respective sides take the field next. Full coverage, of course, of both those games, as every ball of every game, on the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks very much for listening. We will speak to you again soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the umpires have decided that with the rain currently falling and the covers needing to be removed after a potential stop for rain, there is no chance of any further play. So the match has been abandoned as a draw. Gloucestershire takes 7 bonus points and Glamorgan 5. Thank you to Naeem Ashraf and Paul Baldwin for officiating at this game, to Andrew Hignall and to Adrian Bull, our scorers, to James Hingley, who's looked after the scoreboards, and to Sean and the ground staff, who've tried to keep us on the field as much as possible today after better weather earlier in the match. Thanks to you for your attendance as well today on this 4th day. Don't forget there is a members meeting tonight if you are a member in the Grace Room at 7 o'clock, and our next home game is on Friday the 25th of April when Leicestershire are visitors. You can buy tickets online for that match ahead of the day's play, or indeed on the gate on the day. We look forward to seeing you then. Meanwhile, everybody across Gloucestershire cricket, thanks for attending this first home game of the season in the Championship, and we look forward to seeing you for round 4, which follows a trip to Canterbury on Friday.